special report.
The day the president has designated the day of national remembrance, the day America prays. And this is a special report of Good Morning America. I'm Diane Sawyer.
It is fitting that a day be set aside for prayer, but I don't think there's a day that's gone by since Tuesday when we all haven't. There are a number of pictures to look at this morning. It has been raining here in New York. However, the search has gone on unabated down at the World Trade Center site. Dawn just coming over the beautiful but now changed skyline of the city of New York, and still there is a cloud of smoke that comes out of that site. With all the rain overnight, still there is that cloud hanging ominously over that site where so many rescue workers, Don Dahler estimating as many as 7,000 working yesterday at one time. It is a determined group that is there. In the last hour, we went to Jim Wooten over in London because there is a service being held at Old St. Paul's in London, and the Queen has arrived there and the service has begun. We'll just give you just a few seconds of it here. As Diane mentioned, this is a national day of prayer here in the United States. The president will be going to a service at the National Cathedral, the Episcopal Cathedral in Washington, and we have a picture of that in the Washington early morning light as well. Let's take a look at that if we can. There is the cathedral, one of the most majestic sites in Washington on Mount St. Alban. It is such a beautiful place. And the president will be going there at 11 o'clock this morning for services, after which he will come to New York, as he said, to hug and cry with the citizens of New York, and we anticipate that he'll go down to the site at the World Trade Center. A couple of things to bring you up to date on. The black boxes overnight were found from the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. That plane, as John McWethy reported yesterday, that penetrated far further into the Pentagon than we expected, the nose of the plane almost getting into the courtyard. It smashed with such force into that building. The black boxes now have been recovered. And the black boxes have been recovered from the plane that went down in Pennsylvania. That we heard late yesterday afternoon, and those black boxes have been taken to Washington for analysis. But there is more news, perhaps, well, indeed it seems likely, that there were more hijackings planned, hijackings for yesterday, and John Miller has details on those.
Charlie, that's exactly what federal authorities believe. They believe that two teams tried to infiltrate airport security, and one of them almost did successfully, both at JFK Airport and LaGuardia. JFK Airport at 4:15 yesterday, there was a group of men and one woman arrested, some of them taken off a flight bound for Los Angeles. Then later last night at 7:30, another group, this one all male, arrested at LaGuardia Airport. Authorities who had their names on watch lists were notified by the airlines that these people were on the passenger manifest. When they searched them, they found pilot's license, false identification, reportedly knives. And what really set off alarm bells is more than one of them had attended a Safety International Flight Training School, the Vero Beach Flight School, that was attended by at least 3 of the hijackers who were involved in Tuesday's mayhem.
And we said earlier, some of them had indications from their tickets that they were going to be on flights on Tuesday. So they could have been additional operations on Tuesday.
They were booked for Tuesday, so all indicators are whatever it was they were trying to do yesterday, they were supposed to do by plan on Tuesday. Yet the minute airspace was reopened, they showed right back up at the airport and tried to get on flights.
Now, John, as we're going to find out in a moment, the American Airlines flight at Kennedy, where SWAT teams went on board and took 3 people off the plane and put them under arrest, that was a flight bound for Los Angeles, a West Coast flight, the same kind of flight, cross-country flight, 4 of which were hijacked on Tuesday. But you mentioned that one of the flights was at LaGuardia, For people who don't know, LaGuardia doesn't have long-range flights. Was it a flight that was going to stop somewhere on the way to the West Coast, or do you know what that flight was?
I believe that flight was to San Jose, and LaGuardia doesn't have international flights, but they do have coast-to-coast flights.
Do they?
Yeah.
I didn't realize. Okay.
Let me ask you this, though, the big question. As you're talking to all the sources, and you have phenomenal sources on this, as we know, are they saying to you, this is not over? There are more of them out there. Stand by. Anything could happen any moment?
Yesterday, before this, they were indicating to me that based on the materials they'd gone through, the names, the associations they made, they felt that they had a universe of 40 potential hijackers. Now, you had 18 involved with these first 4 flights, 10 yesterday. By their math, that leaves the potential that there are 10 more. That would have added up, if you sparse the teams evenly, to 8 flights. So we had 4, then the indicators that there was an attempt to bring that to 6. So they're really still on a very high alert, and the watch list that kicked in at Kennedy and LaGuardia yesterday, of course, are now in the possession of every airport in the country.
Yes, and we should point out that the air system was sort of on a very slow, almost trickling basis, beginning to gear up yesterday on an airport-by-airport basis, but just a few planes coming out of those airports that were opened. And then all of a sudden, we heard that the New York airports had been shut down. They are still shut down because of this incidents that occurred at LaGuardia and at Kennedy.
Well, imagine you were one of the people on board the plane heading for Los Angeles, heading for the West, and suddenly police come on board and you think, oh no, here it is, it's happening again. Well, we're joined now by Jim Hunter, who was a passenger on one of the flights stormed by a SWAT team. Jim, tell us what happened. Take it from the top.
Basically, we were supposed to go at 4 o'clock, which is when the first flights for American were supposed to be heading out. And that flight was delayed. There was a lot of additional security, obviously, we all expected. But we didn't end up boarding the plane until well after 5 o'clock. At that point, they were asking a lot of questions and making sure that everybody was going to their assigned seats and focusing very heavily on that. I felt, for a frequent traveler myself, it seemed very unusual. Once we got on the plane, within 20 minutes, we were told that the airport had been shut down for security reasons, but that they anticipated about an hour wait and that maybe we would open up again and be able to head to the West Coast. We sat on the plane for well over 2 hours beyond that, and eventually, after about 2 hours, the captain came through on the PA and then through the airplane, and he was spending a lot of time focusing very heavily on people's cell phones and electrical devices and those types of things, and personally saying that he was going to start confiscating them if people didn't put them away.
It's unusual for the captain to be doing that.
Yeah, especially when the door of the airplane is still open. Most people that fly a lot know that when you're at the gate, the door is still open, you can continue to use cell phones, generally. But he was being adamant about it, and we thought new security precautions, put the phones away. And eventually, he came through my part of the cabin. He was talking to me and a few other passengers right around me, and he had, at that point, confiscated some high-tech headphones, like noise reduction headphones, that looked like to me from a woman that was sitting in front of me. And right around that same time, he came back and he said, he was just talking to and one of his first officer had come back and demanded that he go to the front, that it was urgent, that he needed to go to the front of the airplane. And one of the other passengers said, well, maybe that's good news. And the first officer said, no, it's not good news, or sort of shook his head. But the odd thing was 2 minutes later, the captain came on and he says, good news is we're going to the West Coast. And we're all thinking, great, we're headed home. And so get in your seats, buckle up, and we'll be ready to go in just a few minutes. We all got in our seats, and about 20 minutes later, we're wondering what's going on. Then suddenly there was a commotion behind us as the police had stormed in from the back of the airplane and had converged on right around row 19 of the plane, which was a few rows behind me, to basically secure a passenger that was back there. There was a lot of yelling and screaming and kicking as I looked around, and
Yelling, the passenger yelling in English, or?
No, not in English. And he was definitely a foreigner.
Did he resist?
He was absolutely resisting. He was kicking, he was screaming, he was very unhappy with the situation, obviously, based on what I was seeing. But I also turned around back to the front pretty quickly, because right at that point there were 15, 20 additional police officers coming at us in full SWAT gear with the helmets on and the rifles and pistols and the whole 9 yards, and trying to secure the airplane as quickly as possible. And there was a gentleman that was in row 8 right in front of me that they took into custody as well. And the woman with the headphones that was in front of me, one of the other passengers pointed out that she had actually boarded the plane with the other gentleman that they took into custody. He did not resist. He went very quietly. But they took her into custody as well. So I saw in 3 that they took 3 people into custody.
I'm curious, when you called your wife, what'd you tell her?
I told her that obviously I wasn't coming home that night. She had already heard that that the airport was closed, so she knew I wasn't going home. But she was obviously a little frazzled. And I live in San Francisco currently. I'm working in New York, and in the process of relocating here. And the big question for us now is, when I go back to get them, do we drive or do we fly across the country when we all move back out?
Give you any explanation for what happened?
No, they didn't. The police dogs came on, sniffed around, and ultimately the captain came back on and told us that we should just collect our things and get off the plane. Obviously, we weren't going to go anywhere that night.
Jim
All right.
Hanover, thank you.
Jim, thanks very much.
Well, we want to make sure we give you the very freshest news this morning about the worldwide investigation and connections being made. So we turn now to Brian Ross. Brian, what have you got?
Well, the FBI continues to develop leads to provide more and more information about who could be involved in this, what appears to be a vast network. And so far, they have tracked it from Florida to Texas to Boston to Maine to Canada, all the way to a cell they believe that operated in Germany, where at least 2 of the hijackers had lived for some time.
In Germany, police in Hamburg raided 10 different locations and made 2 arrests looking for accomplices. Another man was taken into custody for questioning in Fort Smith, Arkansas. And new evidence emerged that prior to Tuesday's attack, some of the hijackers had holed up in this house in the Washington suburb of Vienna, Virginia, raising a neighbor's suspicion.
At one point, a couple years ago, I called the CIA only because it just kind of looked like odd behavior coming and going. It wasn't family, and it wasn't like regular tenants coming in and out.
The hijackers of the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania had launched their mission from the Marriott Hotel at the Newark airport. And the terrorists that hijacked the 2 Boston flights seem to have begun their long trek from small towns in Florida.
The total number of hijackers, to our best estimate and our best knowledge, given the information at this time, on the 4 planes that crashed was at least 18.
And it's becoming clear that of the 18 terrorists, this man, Mohammed Atta, played a pivotal role in the attacks. Prior to coming to the United States, Atta and his cousin, Marwan al-Shihi, lived in Hamburg in Germany, a country federal authorities say has been used often as a base by a number of bin Laden operatives. A neighbor said the 2 men had lived here on and off for the last 2 years and had frequent Arab guests. 15 months ago, the 2 men showed up at a small airfield in Venice, Florida, to earn their private pilot's licenses. Then at the end of last year, in December, Atta and al-Shihi went for jet training at a cost of some $39,000, taking flight simulator lessons for large commercial jets at a private flight school in Opa-locka, Florida, where Henry George conducted the training.
They called and inquired about the type of training we did and made a reservation or scheduled training. They gave me their credit card number and we scheduled the training.
Atta was on board the first plane. His cousin, al-Shihi, was on board the second plane, United 175, which hit the other tower 18 minutes later.
Their capacity to operate the aircraft was substantial. It's very clear that these orchestrated, coordinated assaults on our country were well conducted and conducted in a technically proficient way. It is not easy to land these kinds of aircraft at very specific locations with accuracy, or to direct them with the kind of accuracy which was deadly in this case.
A couple of other pieces of news.
Overnight, 2 more raids by the FBI of motels in the Deerfield Beach area, and then late last night, the Florida Highway Patrol put out an all-points bulletin in connection with the terrorist case to look for 7 Arab men in 2 different Lincoln Town cars that were rented in Fort Myers, Florida, one way headed for New York City.
Lincoln Town cars. Headed for New York. Okay, thanks, Brian.
But it does sound like at the New York airports, they got some of these guys last night when they raided this plane.
The worry is they don't know how many more they don't have.
All right, thanks very much, Brian Ross. Okay, so one other thing we want to check, the situation down at the World Trade Center, where, as we said, it's been raining all night, and concerns also about winds, because this is very unstable ground that the men are working on. Don Dahler?
Yes, that is a main concern, is the winds now, in combination with the torrential rains that have happened all night long, that they're really concerned that the rains have undermined already unstable buildings. As you know, one of the things that we're facing here is a lot of already soaked ground from the tons of water that was poured on the area to put out the fires. Now the torrential rains of last night has just exacerbated that. The other aspect of this is a concern that all of this silt, all of this dust, all of the pulverized World Trade Center that is piled up, mixed with metal, mixed with giant iron girders, that kind of thing. The concern is that that mixture of silt and dust could harden, could actually become concrete due to this rain once it sets in. So that creates another level of desperation on the part of the workers trying to find people going through that kind of wreckage.
Right, thanks very much, Don Dahler, and we will be checking with you through the morning, obviously. Going to go to the Pentagon. Jack McWethy is there, and as we said, there's been news overnight at the Pentagon.
Several pieces of news, Charlie. Number one, they have found in the wreckage at the Pentagon the 2 flight data recorders that you mentioned. The recovery of bodies is continuing apace. Those remains are being taken to Dover Air Force Base, where the military has both a mortuary and a forensic center. And secondly, and this is a very large piece of the puzzle that we are now beginning to see, Charlie. Today, we expect the president is going to ask for the authority, and this falls in 2 parts, so don't misunderstand me, the authority to call up to 1 million U.S. military reserves. They're going to take that authority, set it on the shelf, and then they're going to actually ask for, we understand, up to 40,000 reservists to be called. Why are they doing this? This is part of the puzzle of the new security blanket that the administration is trying to lay in the airspace of the United States. They plan to put up to 26 airfields in the United States on what's called strip alert, to have fighter aircraft capable of very quickly taking off and intercepting planes if they are suspicious in any way. As you know, there has been this combat air control over a number of metropolitan areas since the incident on Tuesday. It's going to be expanded. This is going to be a huge drain on manpower and money. Yesterday, when the president asked for $20 billion in additional authority, it was immediately doubled. And part of the reason, I am told, is because they realize that just dealing with New York City is going to be a $20 billion problem. Charlie?
Let me come back, because I just want to make sure I understand. You said it's in 2 parts, the manpower situation that they're talking about with the military.
2 parts. In order to do a reserve call-up, the president has to ask for the authority, and he can do it in several different ways. We understand he is going to ask for a particular type of authority that will allow him to have up to the authority to call up to 1 million reservists for up to 2 years. But he will, then the Pentagon will actually ask for, in the next few days, up to 40,000 people to actually get in their uniforms and come to work. These will be air traffic controllers, pilots, things to sustain that effort.
So he has the authority, they authorize the authority to, the ability to call up to 1 million men, but he'll actually ask for, at the beginning, 40,000.
That's approximately correct, yes.
All right, thanks very much, John McWethy at the Pentagon.
I want to show everybody again who didn't get to see it before the headline in the hometown newspaper in Washington, which says, U.S. prepares for war as FBI links 16 hijackers to bin Laden.
I want to underline one more time. It's 18 hijackers, actually. The Attorney General said yesterday there were 5 on each of 2 planes and 4 on 2 others, but they've been looking for more people and arrested, apparently, some of the people involved in all this at the New York airports yesterday. We've talked about this as a national day of prayer, and the president's going to go to a national prayer service today at the Episcopal Cathedral in Washington on Mount St. Alban, the beautiful national cathedral that is there, and Dean Nathan Baxter will officiate at the service today, and he is joining us. Dean Baxter, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and good morning.
Good morning to you, sir. This is a very difficult thing. I mean, it's one of the times that we call on people like you to explain the unexplainable, to make us understand what we don't understand, and to feel comforted when we feel uneasy.
Yes, yes. Well, this is a time when, in our deep grief and sadness as a nation, we join many countries and communities of the world that have suffered this evil of cowardice and terrorism. And what we know from other communities is that among the things that give them grace to be sustained is their faith. And that's why we are coming together as a nation, not only in this cathedral, but around this country in a time of prayer, so that our faith can not only sustain us and enable the healing that will take some time for the healing to really be complete, but also to guide our leaders as they must make very hard decisions about our security. And so our gathering in prayer is a part of the grieving, but also knowing that spiritual faith helps us as we continue to move forward and refuse to be afraid.
Well, Dean Baxter, I want to ask you, because, of course, everyone is searching first for a way to redeem their tears. At the same time, you're going to be speaking to the president. What are you going to say about the need people feel for military retaliation?
Well, first of all, the preacher today will be Billy Graham, who is very much the pastor of America. But in the prayers and in my sharing, first of all, is because the president is a man of very deep faith, is to encourage him to continue not only to hear his advisors, but to hear the heart of faith, so that our grief in terms of our responding to this does not cause us to become also the evil we deplore. War, if that is the decision that we make, always involves not only the target group, but innocent people. And so we want to be sure that what we do enables peace.
But it is interesting, because what Diane points to, blessed are the peacemakers, and yet at the moment that is not the mood of the nation.
That is true, and that's why we turn to our faith. Faith always helps us to keep reality in balance. It helps us to understand the tremendous need for justice, but at the same time to know that justice is about the things that we do that will ultimately lead to peace. And sometimes that involves some violence, but it always must be measured, it must be reasonably considered, and it must be an act for justice and not for simply revenge and anger.
Dean Baxter, I made reference to the fact that in church after church after church around the country, everywhere, people have been going in, and the cathedral is such a center there in Washington, and I suspect you've had a pretty constant parade of people in recent days.
We have. This cathedral, though founded by the Episcopal Church, has as a part of its mission to be the church for the nation, beyond our own denominational responsibilities. And so in that role today and this week, we have had people from not only every denomination, but many of the faith groups that have come here to pray, including Muslim imams who have joined us in prayer this week. And so a part of what we are hoping to witness to is that America as a spiritual community is very diverse, and that as we pray together, that we will respect the faith and culture of others, realizing that evil wears many religious faces, but that it does not measure the whole of any religion or culture. And so with that in mind, America is a good country, and we're a good people. Some say that we're evil and we're getting what we deserve. That's so untrue. This is a good nation, and evil is that which comes from free will. But again, when you see all the goodness that is pouring out of the hearts of volunteers and emergency workers, medical people, just everyday citizens, you also see the overwhelming good that stands confronting the face of this great evil.
Well, Dean Baxter, I appreciate your joining us this morning. You make worthwhile mention of the fact that there have been Muslims coming in to the cathedral to pray, to join people from all other faiths, and you talk about the goodness that has been expressed on the streets You have
so
seen
much.
it over and over again here in New York. Extraordinary acts that are going on in the city of New York, and I'm sure
Yes.
the same is true in Washington and particularly around the Pentagon. Dean Baxter, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
God bless you. Thank you.
All right, officiating today at the National Prayer Service that
We
the
want to go
President will
to
attend.
Claire Shipman, who is in Washington. But I want to point out something first in the Washington Post this morning, because one of the articles notes 40 minutes passed between the time the second World Trade Center tower was hit and another plane crashed into the Pentagon. And everyone is saying, yet no U.S. fighter jets were able to get into the air. What does this say about the American preparedness? Only a handful of jet fighters on hand at any given time. So let's go to Claire Shipman and find out what is being examined, assessed, and re-examined in Washington this morning. Claire.
Well, Diane, as you can imagine, almost everything is being examined and re-examined in Washington this morning, as it was all throughout the day yesterday. The issue you mentioned has, of course, come up before. You'll remember a couple of years ago when an airplane attempted to land or landed on the White House lawn. It made everybody here very conscious of just how easy it was to penetrate that perimeter, and it's since become much harder to do that at the White House. But of course, those are the same questions being asked about Washington and New York at large now. As the Capitol prepares for a day of mourning today, we're here on Capitol Hill, and members of Congress will be participating in that, of course, but they're also going to be working hard to pass a measure that will give the president an extraordinary boost. They agreed late last night to double his budget request in order to cope with the sorts of things you're talking about, the battle against terrorism, and to help New York City and Washington recover from these horrible acts. They've agreed to give him $40 billion instead of the $20 billion he was asking for. We're expecting that that vote is going to come at some point today. They're also looking at granting him a large authority in order to prosecute a war against terrorists, although many people at the White House maintain, and other legal experts say, he could probably do that on his own, but there's no doubt he'll have a large amount of support. But Washington is in a jittery state. In the afternoon yesterday, suddenly there was a great amount of concern expressed in a very physical fashion. The perimeter around the White House was broadened, reestablished to where it had been on Tuesday. A scare here for the package at the Capitol caused an emergency evacuation. And then we learned that the vice president had been whisked away once again to Camp David. All of that a result, we're told, of all of the information that had been coming in that resulted ultimately in those arrests, the very frightening information you've been talking about this morning, and other information that they have that they believe there were more targets, and there may still be more targets. They're not sure, Diane.
Yes, and perhaps more still of these groups out there.
That's right. Okay, thanks, Claire.
Indeed.
We'll be checking back, of course, throughout the morning. Well, now we want to turn to an interview that has really, in so many ways, I think, had all of us just stopping, watching, and trying to imagine what it is to be in the place of this man. He is the CEO, Howard Lutnick, CEO
Howard
of
Lutnick.
Of Cantor Fitzgerald, and it was a company that was...
It's a bond trading firm.
Internally, it had a kind of internal holocaust. 700 out of 1,000 employees, and Mr. Lutnick lost his brother and his best friend as well, and ABC's Connie Chung sat down and talked with him.
You have suffered such great professional and personal loss. What is the fate of your brother?
Well, their loved ones, I'm just another one of them. Just another one of them.
Normally, you would have been in your office on which floor?
105th floor. On
the 105th floor. And yet you didn't go in early that morning because of a critical decision you made.
Okay. My little boy, I have a 5-year-old, and it was his first day of kindergarten at Horace Mann, so I took him for his first day of big boy school. And because of that, I was late getting down to the office, and therefore I wasn't in the building. I was on my way to the building instead.
And when you got to the building?
Well, I saw the building on fire, so I didn't go in. But I stood at the door off a church, because I kept wanting to get up the building and get people out of the building.
Because all your employees were on?
101 to 105, the top floors of #1 World Trade Center, which they call now the North Tower.
So how high was the highest number that you got to?
I got to the 91st floor, and I knew if I got one employee, if one person came down from that floor, then I know that there had to be others. There would be others behind them. There would be others going out other doors that would be good. But I got up to 91, and then I heard this sound. It sounded like another plane was going to hit the building, but it didn't sound like it was far away. It sounded like it was like right where the ceiling is above us. It was so unbelievably loud, and someone screamed out, "Another one's coming!" So I just turned around and ran, and I was running.
What was it?
It was another truck, and I'm sitting there in this black, the blackest black that can ever be. I reached up, I tried to see if I could see, and I took my hands and I put it up, and I actually touched my eye, and it was so much smoke, and I wasn't smart enough.
You couldn't even see your own hand?
I couldn't see my hand. I could feel the particles in the air. They were like this big. I could feel them going in, and I couldn't think to like pick up my shirt and put it. I was just sitting there thinking, I can't believe it. I can't believe by standing there I died. So I just started walking. I just started walking straight, and I just walked straight. And I just keep walking straight. And I called my wife 4 hours later. And she was hysterical crying. And so I understand why it took lots of people a long time. I'm a pretty together person, and 4 hours I just walked north. I just kept walking.
One of your other offices had a squawk box open, and the other offices were able to hear the screams. Is that true?
I don't know that they heard. It is true that we have a squawk box. Yeah, we have a speakerphone because all our offices are connected in our equity business. They're all connected to each other because they talk to each other all day, and they heard them saying, we need help, we need help, we need help. It wasn't screams. There was nowhere to go. You couldn't go down, you couldn't go up. There was nowhere to go. But I don't know of a single one of my employees who got down. Zero, and it's really sad. But I think we're all pulling together with the view that we want to make things happen for them. We need to take care of them. We need to figure out how to take care of them and give them more, take care of them. And I think it's going to be a different kind of drive than I've ever had before. It's not about my family. I get to kiss my kids. I get to kiss my kids tonight. But other people don't get to kiss their kids. And I just have to help them. And I think what's amazing, and I think it's amazing, you have 300 people. They lost all their friends. They lost the person to their left. They lost the person to their right. And they call me up and they say, I want to go to work. I say, why do you want to go to work? Let's just go to funerals. And they go, no, I want to go to work. I can't stay home. I can't stay home. I have to work. I have to do something. And so they actually wanted to try to figure out how to be in business. It's unbelievable. It doesn't make sense. But I can't say it. I can't say it without crying. So many people, so many names, so many people I loved.
Howard Lutnick of Cantor Fitzgerald. A couple of other notes this morning. Family members of those at the World Trade Center who are missing have been asked to collect toothbrushes and hairbrushes to help provide DNA samples. And the New York City Medical Examiner's Office is making preparations to perform DNA testing, they say, on as many as 20,000 tissue samples. Charlie?
Okay, we're going to turn to the flight situation as it exists around the country. As we've been talking about, apparently hijackings foiled last night at the New York airports. They are still closed. Some other airports very slow to open. The flights just at a trickle. We're going to show you a website, actually, that exists, which I believe is called flightspan.com. There are normally hundreds and hundreds of airplanes. Those are all the airplanes that are in the air right now. Normally that map would look totally white at about 7:35 Eastern Time, although you can see there's more flights in the east than the west because it's still very early out there. But it really points up the fact that there are just a few, many fewer planes in the air than there are normally. And we're going to turn to Lisa Stark, who has been reporting on all the aviation issues for us since this occurred, and have her bring us up to date on just what is the state of the nation's air system right now. Lisa?
Well, Charlie, 5 airports remain completely closed. The three in the New York area, as you know, JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark. The FAA is saying now that they will be closed until at least 9 a.m. this morning, 9 a.m. Eastern time, but that could easily be extended, and I wouldn't be surprised if it does get extended. Also, Boston's Logan Airport is closed indefinitely, and Washington's National Airport also closed indefinitely right now, mainly because of its proximity, of course, to the key government buildings, and also because the Pentagon is a crime scene. Yesterday, according to the FAA, only about 250 commercial flights operated in the United States. There were about 3,000 flights overall, but many of them were military flights or medevac flights. Only about 250 actual commercial flights yesterday. And we have a look for you now at a little bit of a snapshot of what it was like at the airports.
There was no move to shut down the aviation system again after the incidents at LaGuardia and JFK airports. Those airports closed up, but elsewhere airlines struggled to get planes back in the air. At Los Angeles International, it was a surprisingly busy night. A flight from Hong Kong, which had diverted to Canada on Tuesday, finally made it back to Los Angeles.
It was kind of overwhelming. It was like stepping off the plane into the fourth dimension when we finally realized what had happened.
Passengers hoping to fly out of the airport crowded the counters. One woman made the mistake of leaving 2 bags unattended. Police and FBI swarmed the area.
You may want to keep your passport readily accessible for the future, okay?
Across the country at Washington's Dulles Airport, extra security was clearly evident. A heavy police presence, dog teams, and ticketed passengers only allowed at the gates.
In light of the tragedy that's happened, they need to upgrade the security. Took quite a bit of time to check in, but I think that it's needed.
At the FAA's Air Traffic Control Command Center outside Washington, D.C., officials monitored the few flights in the air. Despite the light load, it has been a logistical nightmare to start up a system that was completely shut down for the first time ever.
We were busy trying to figure out how best to move all those airplanes who were repositioning, ferrying crews, and any number of other activities. Trying to orchestrate all of that to maintain a safe and efficient national airspace system.
Airlines plan to slowly add flights in the days ahead, but last night at least, a few lucky people had finally arrived at their destinations.
It is extremely good to get home. I'm one of the very, very fortunate ones. My heart goes out to everyone here in D.C. and New York.
Now, most of the major airlines say they will resume service today. A number of them did not resume service yesterday, but most of them say they will resume service today, although for the most part on a very limited basis. The one notable exception is Continental Airlines, which says at this point it's not able to secure government permission, except to run a limited number of flights. That may change as the day goes on. And one telling thing, American Airlines is saying it will gradually build up its flights until about 80% of its prior schedule. We had talked previously about these new security measures, about how that is going to mean that airlines will probably have to reduce their schedules just so delays are not too lengthy. American Airlines indicating now that it may return to only about 80% of its previous schedule. And Charlie, go ahead, Charlie. No,
well,
go ahead.
If you have something to add, I'm always.
Well, I was going to talk about the black boxes, which
I was going to ask you about the black boxes.
Well, there you go.
So we're on the same wavelength.
As you've reported, the black boxes, the flight data recorder, and the cockpit voice recorder have been recovered from the Pentagon site. Also, yesterday, searchers recovered the flight data recorder from the accident outside Pittsburgh. The National Transportation Safety Board had offered its services to the FBI to look at these boxes to try to figure out what is on them. We believe all 3 boxes are at the NTSB now, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're already starting to pore over them and try to figure out what they may reveal.
And just, I know you can't answer this with any certainty, but I'm curious. We're always told that those black boxes will survive anything. I'm not sure that they could survive the kind of explosion we saw in the World Trade Center, but do you think there's any chance they'll find those black boxes, the 2 planes that went into the Trade Center towers?
I think it's a very slim possibility, but I know that there are some in the aviation community who say it could be possible. I think it's a slim possibility with what we saw happen there. But clearly they have found them, at least some of them in the other locations. I wouldn't be surprised if they do find the voice recorder as well from the crash in Pennsylvania, and hopefully those will reveal some very telling clues.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, they've got, as Jack McQuethy reported, they've got both of them from the plane that went into the Pentagon.
You know, I think we all thought that when flights started resuming that all the security personnel would be on a heightened state of alert. Absolutely nothing would get through. Something happened yesterday that was pretty sobering about flight security, and we want to tell you about it now. We're going to bring in Samuel Romero, who is a flight attendant with Northwest Airlines, and also Suzanne Luber. She's a spokesperson for Sky Harbor Airport in Phoenix, Arizona, to tell you what happened. Let me start with you, Mr. Romero, because you and two other Northwest employees were going through security. What was it that happened that gave you a start?
Well, we were going through security, as we normally do, and after going through security, we stopped at the gate and we spoke to one another, and we expressed our concern for our discomfort with what took place at the security checkpoint.
Because you got through without proper checks, you say, and you were carrying corkscrew, pocket knife, improper ID?
No, that's not correct at all. And what in fact took place is we have our wine openers. One of us had it in the bag. One of us had it on our person, as we always do. They're company issued. And one employee did not have identification. She was waved right through. I was stopped, and I had my identification on, as well as being in uniform, and I was asked for a paper ticket.
And no, sorry, no one had a knife?
No one had a knife. Where that knife came from, I have no idea where that story came from.
Okay. Did you set out to test the system, or was this purely accidental?
It was absolutely... It wasn't even an accident. It didn't even occur to us to do anything of the sort.
So it was coincidental then. Okay.
Absolutely.
You decide to send up the alarm and say, hey, look what happened here. I want to bring in Suzanne Luber now and find out the reaction at the airport of airport officials to this. Ms. Luber?
Well, obviously, we are very distressed that something like this happened. As soon as we were alerted that the security checkpoint personnel that are employed by the airlines knew this was going on, Phoenix Police went immediately to that area. We decided to evacuate the concourse. The concourse was swept by our FAA-certified K-9 teams, by police, by airport officials. Nothing was found, and then it was reopened. Obviously, whether this was intentional or not, this is something that we will not tolerate. The airlines operate the security checkpoint, but as the operator of the airport, we are working very closely with them right now to ensure that this was only an isolated incident.
But Ms. Luber, on a day that you would think you couldn't get a toothpick through security, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, Charlie, what I actually have from a 2-hour period here, some of the things that were actually confiscated from that same security checkpoint, a box cutter, some large scissors. It's important to remember that if you are coming to the airport anywhere across this country today and you realize that you have something like this with you, we need your help as well. The security checkpoint personnel are going to do their best. However, we need the public's help as well. If you have anything like this, please put it in your checked baggage. Understand that we are doing the absolute most we can as the City of Phoenix Aviation Department. All of the aviation authorities and airports across this country are doing that. And obviously the airlines are working with their contracted security checkpoint personnel to ensure that this does not happen.
But it's one thing for all of us to turn those things in. I think the question people have, if you're traveling today, what sort of assurance do you have that security is really working, even today?
All of our airport operations staff, we have increased all of our police presence. Obviously, the FAA and the FBI are here, as well as at airports across the country, and we will be doing even more stringent security. We need to ensure that these contracted security checkpoint personnel are able to meet the new FAA standards, and if we have any inkling that they are not, then we are going to do what we did yesterday, which is evacuate the terminal, make sure that everyone is safe, and then continue.
All right, thanks very much, Suzanne Luber. I appreciate it. And Mr. Romero, I appreciate your being with us, too, very much. Thank you both for being with us from the Phoenix area. Now, turn to another subject, and this is a phenomenon that you've talked about a number of times. I know it has struck you, and it has struck me as well. Everywhere you look these days, you see flags. There is actually, that my wife can see from her office, a magnificent, huge old apartment building on Central Park West here in New York with two great big towers, huge towers that extend, oh, I don't know, probably 20 stories in the air, and strung between them now, hanging over Central Park, is this giant flag. You see people carrying flags not only in the streets of New York, but in many cities.
And can we show everybody again? Do we have our shot out here of Reuters News Service, the British News Service? It's an electronic one, but that's what they had greeting everyone when people filed into Times Square this morning.
Yeah, and then just across the street, I don't know if can we see that as well? Do we have a camera on that? Yeah, there it is.
In the rain.
This is the toy store that's being built right across the street from our Times Square studios, and we have gotten to know the construction workers over there, and they really have just covered the scaffolding around the construction site in flags. And then there's the giant flag that hangs over the Pentagon, put there by the firemen who were trying to put out that blaze that was so persistent at the Pentagon. And that is sort of a majestic sight. But those are the big ones. I mean, you know, it's just people walking around with tiny little flags. There's people, some of the fire and rescue workers that are going into the site are carrying flags as they go in. There are people, as we've said, lining the roadways that take the rescue workers into the World Trade Center site. And there are people there waving flags and cheering as the rescue workers go in to clear the debris and to search. Hopefully search. So there's been an explosion. It's really been spontaneous of flag sales around the country, and so we asked Dean Reynolds in Chicago to look into just what's going on. Here's his report.
USA! USA! From the sidewalks of this country to the skylines of its cities, the American people are sending a strong message of solidarity this week, and they're writing it in red, white, and blue. In Phoenix, the flag was at half-staff and yet flying tall all the same.
New Yorkers often are accused of thinking that the country ends at the Hudson River, but actually there's a lot of us out here who are with them.
I believe it's important to show our support right now. Even though we aren't in New York or Washington, D.C., our home was attacked.
In Detroit, the effect was electric. In Minneapolis, Carrie Mosher said her decision to buy a flag was impulsive.
Actually, we've never been big on flags, and it seems really, really important and appropriate. I've been just stunned for 2 days. And this is honestly the first day I've been able to go out and do anything. And the first thing I wanted to do was get a flag.
In Chicago, flags dotted the desks at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Large flags or small, the reason to unfurl them was the same.
We're all Americans. We want to do something at a time like this.
You guys are the only place to have flags. Yeah, it's the third place I've been.
At stores across the country, there's been an almost 4th of July run on flags. Lucia Duff's lawn is full of them now.
I feel sort of embarrassed we didn't have an American flag hanging around, and I'll never let that happen again.
For Steve Gritton of Evanston, Illinois, the time is right.
It's just one of those overt symbols that says we are behind the country in their efforts to do the right thing in this time.
The colors are a very overt symbol for Linda Slocum of New Jersey.
Tell me about the attire. What?
It's my middle finger to the terrorists, my shirt.
At one flag manufacturer in Chicago, the tempo is picked up, to say the least.
And it's just been crazy.
The Betsy Ross of this outfit is Teresa Sam, who hails from Ghana. She was not born here, but Teresa understands the importance of her work. the lump in the throat emotion attached to the cloth, and the need to make perfect every stitch, every star, every stripe.
Because this is to show that, yeah, America, we have to do something to be proud of, and working on an American flag make me feel special.
And flying the Star-Spangled Banner now clearly gives millions of people a special feeling, a good feeling. That's why it's always been more than just a flag, and always will be. Dean Reynolds, ABC News, Chicago.
And so we introduce you to a fellow named Gary Potenzone, who owns a store in Totowa, New Jersey, where they're selling a lot of flags right now, right, Gary?
Hooked us up with the guy who wrote the book on scoliosis, Dr. Hoppenfeld.
Gary, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
This is the television part over here, just to your left there, Gary.
Is that you? Okay.
I just said you got a store that sells a whole lot of flags right now, right?
Oh, yeah.
How many?
Thousands.
We had a rumor, at least, that you had sold 25,000 in one day. Is that possible?
Yes, it is.
Are people
We're talking small flags and large flags.
Are people buying them in bulk?
Yes, some are.
Now, are these store owners that are coming in to buy them from you, or are these just citizens?
We're trying to limit if we know it's a store owner, we're trying to curb it away. We're trying to take care of the citizens and the organizations.
I see. So, but are you actually a manufacturer or just a store?
We're a distributor. We're just a store.
I see. Well, we're looking at.
We're one of the largest distributors in New Jersey, and we're a full-time flag store all the time, not just during an incident.
So give me sales a week ago Thursday, and give me sales yesterday.
A week ago was Thursday, probably about $1,400. And the other day, I could just say well over 20,000.
Holy cow. Well, I'm thinking, of course, in terms of numbers, but a store owner very properly thinks in terms of a dollar amount, I guess.
We noted that. We noted it. All right, thanks to you, Gary.
All right, Gary Potenzone, thank you very much. Long may you wave.
We've been talking about the fact and looking at the scene down at the World Trade Center towers, Ground Zero site, and overnight there were thunderstorms, there was wind. Everyone was terrified that the wind would knock more wreckage off the tops of the buildings, which have been collapsing in successive stages. And we're going to go to Don Dahler, who's back downtown, and ask him what's happening this morning. Don?
Well, what's happening this morning is that the work has been considerably slowed down because of the rain. Some of the large heavy machinery is still working, but the workers themselves, truly the heart and soul of this rescue effort, are not able to be there, not able to do the work that they were doing. What you can see behind me is a staging area. They're still lining up to go in there and work, but they're not having much luck at it right now. Let me describe for you a little bit of the scene of what was taking place there last night. In the first area, between the two towers, the last few floors of the towers that are standing, there's a marble sculpture that is being jackhammered apart. They're trying to remove that. But written in the dust on that marble structure before this rain washed it away was the phrase, "We shall overcome this," written by the workers themselves. That was in the area where two workers fell through the marble flooring there. It collapsed right underneath them. They disappeared, but the debris underneath caught them. The people were able to save them, pull them up from there. You can still feel all around there. There are different holes that have collapsed, and the marble flooring that you stand on feels very uneven. It actually rocks and moves with you and sounds hollow underneath, so that's a very dangerous area for it. Further over to the south, on the other side of the South Tower, is where the massive debris field is. You have 50 feet high mountains of debris and metal, and that's where I saw easily 7,000 workers some of them on their hands and knees with buckets, scraping, looking for any kind of rings or jewelry, anything like that. Up on the outer rim of this, what can only be described as an enormous chasm, easily a football field-sized chasm that dipped away as far you could not see the bottom. There are people up there working right on the edge of it, on their hands and knees, sifting through it's the equivalent of standing on the edge of the Grand Canyon and doing some work there. A couple moments that I want to tell you about, though, really quickly, that were immediately stirring was when somebody thinks they hear something in the debris, immediately the call goes out to be quiet. You have 7,000 different people waving their hands like this, saying, "Quiet," all in unison. Instantaneous silence as somebody in a hole is listening intently to find somebody down there. He gets the signal. Eventually, they go back to work. There was one moment last night when somebody shouted, "There's somebody up there." And they pointed up to the Liberty One building, that building that is in imminent danger of falling, and there was a flickering light. They thought somebody was signaling that they were alive up there. Everybody pointed, all 5,000 people. They sent up firemen into this dangerous building to do a floor-by-floor search. They did not find anybody. Charlie and Diane.
All right, Don, thank you so much. What a vivid image that is of everybody yelling silence. You know, one of the workers told me that they use these sound detectors, and of course they're running them on the ground in the rain. The noise of the rain affects them because the sound detectors are so acute they can hear the sound of breathing. Actually, the sound of breathing. So that's why the silence is so important.
There were a couple of things overnight. There was a report that actually got out on some media outlets that a woman had called in and said she was in contact with her husband, who was with 9 other people. That sent a wave of enthusiasm or hopefulness. Turns out not true. She was somewhat unbalanced, and this report came out of nowhere. And then there was a thought yesterday they'd found 5 firemen who had been in some sort of a vehicle and trapped for 50 hours since the beginning of this. And that set out just a wave of enthusiasm through the rescue workers that they'd found somebody. That proved not to be the case. It was those 2 fellows who'd fallen into a hole just a few hours previously, and they were brought out yesterday. So it really has been pretty grim for quite a while in terms of finding people who might have been in the original collapse.
We're going to go to Cynthia McFadden, who's been covering the hospitals, and we have continuing counts. Of course, they're not terribly reliable, but the last we heard, Cynthia, in the city, 184 known dead, 5,000 missing. I'm sure that these are just the beginning of the numbers.
Yeah, Diane, 3,700 people had been seen at area hospitals by 9 o'clock. Where are we now? Is it 8 o'clock? By 8 o'clock this morning is the latest. 8 is not. Overnight, well, as you can see, the rain is not helping the rescue efforts any. Overnight, 6 new patients were brought to St. Vincent's behind me. They were all firefighters or rescue workers. A large number of construction workers have come into this hospital in the last 24 hours, men who are operating the iron cranes that are trying to lift out the wreckage. I can tell you, Diane, Charlie, that we're now going on almost 60 hours since anyone was actually brought out from the initial collapse. So, though they are still trying, as I think Don Dahler reported earlier today, what rescue workers are telling us is that this rain is hardening the debris and the paper into concrete. And so digging with bare hands sometimes to try to, in the sensitive areas with the machinery, is becoming increasingly difficult. I can tell you that at the area hospitals, at this hospital behind me, and it's 7 branch hospitals, 812 patients have been brought since the initial crash. All of them have been identified. And at this point, there is very little hope. They're going to let us inside the hospital a little later.
All right.
Charlie, Diane.
Thanks very much, Cynthia McFadden. Just to give you some idea of the scope of this, and I don't know how they can measure it, but FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Administration Agency, estimates that there are 500,000 tons of debris, rubble, to be brought out of that site.
That's right. One other note, you know, we keep hearing off again and on again about the buildings down there. There is another report, a recent report, that the top 10 floors of Liberty Plaza #1 are starting to show real signs of stress. So, again, the collapse of buildings may not be over. We don't know anything new this morning. May not be over.
They've been worried about that for a while. The building still stands, but there is so much instability in so many of those buildings. I don't see how they can ever be occupied again. So once those are cleared away, they're going to have other buildings.
Yesterday, the city's building commissioner went through One Liberty Plaza with his team and said that the structural integrity of the building itself was intact, but on the 38th floor and the 40th floor, large pieces of the facade were starting to fall off. And when you take something of that weight falling down 40 stories where there are people working below, that was their real concern more than the collapse. It was the partial collapses of pieces of the facade.
All right, John Miller, we're going to take a second to reset, start again.
This is an ABC News special report.
September 14th, 2001, the day the president has designated a day of national remembrance, the day America prays. And for those of you just joining us, we are Good Morning America in a special report. I'm Diane Sawyer.
And I'm Charles Gibson. We do welcome you. It's 8 o'clock on the East Coast, 5 o'clock now, California time, but we welcome you all across the country. And in a few moments, we're going to talk to New York Senator Hillary Clinton, who is obviously very much involved in what's going on. This is the site, Lower Manhattan. That's the site at the Pentagon. Some news overnight at the Pentagon. They have found the black boxes. They have found and removed the black boxes from the plane that crashed into the Pentagon, almost penetrated the interior courtyard of the Pentagon. And they have found the black boxes. They did that yesterday afternoon, or found a black box from the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. That is already in Washington, ready there for analysis. But the big news is that it would seem hijackings, more hijackings, foiled in New York last night. And John Miller has details on that.
Federal authorities believe that two groups of individuals that they believe are associated with those who were involved in Tuesday's hijacking tried to, and in one case, boarded airplanes at LaGuardia and Kennedy Airport yesterday with false identification weapons in an attempt to carry out two more hijackings. That's the theory they're operating on. Those men and one woman are all in custody. Additional details have just emerged. We've had access to someone who has been over an extensive debriefing of one of the crew on that plane. And according to the member of the crew, they were all gathered in the waiting area to board the flight. There were airline employees flying non-revenue, deadheading they call it, just taking the plane back to their base in LAX. There was also an individual there who had an LAX ID card. They didn't have enough crew to fill out the plane, so they were asking some of the crew members who were off duty if they would work the flight, and most of them just said that they were just too exhausted to do it and too emotionally unprepared because of what they'd been through because of the deaths of their friends on the other plane. And at that point, they say, this gentleman stepped forward, flashed an LAX ID card and said, well, you know, I'll crew this flight. You know, I work on the LA end. And the LAX people didn't recognize him. They thought it was odd, but not so much at the time. And eventually, enough crew did show up, and then he was given a passenger seat instead of a crew seat. But then it turns out when a SWAT team stormed the plane, and the FBI agents moved in and identified the people that they suspected as hijackers and associates of the other hijackers, this gentleman was one of them. So an indication that among the false IDs he was carrying, there was the false ID of an airline crew employee, and that he was attempting to take a position on the plane where he might have access to the cockpit and essentially the run of the ship.
And add to that the earlier reports that we had that possibly they had some flight attendant uniforms from someplace.
Right, and that was from another airport, and those people were later released. But again, it's a sign of how jittery people are across the country. But this kind of underscores the idea that there was a very active effort yesterday when this guy saw an opportunity. If you know, the details of this debriefing show that he was trying to get special access to the plane, which would have been an advantage to a hijacker.
You said they were associated with the people down in Florida who hijacked the first two planes. They were more than associated with them. They were taking flight training with them.
Well, they trained at the same schools, and their names were on a list of more than 50 names submitted to airports nationwide as people involved with this plot or associated with terrorism.
All right, that's the overnight news. Hijackings, more of them, foiled yesterday, and the New York airports are closed for security reasons because of that. Want to go to ABC's Claire Shipman down in Washington, has a chance to interview the good senator from New York, Hillary Clinton.
That's right, Charlie. We're here with Senator Clinton, and we're hoping she'll be able to give us answers on a number of fronts. Senator Clinton, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Claire.
You've no doubt heard these reports from overnight, shocking more arrests in New York airports, more hijackings planned, we think. Have you received any sort of briefings on this?
Well, we're aware that security efforts are intense so that we can prevent any further hijackings or any incidents. You know, in a war against terrorism, it's not always just what you can see, but what goes on behind the scenes. And I'm aware of and very confident that the security efforts are really aimed at making us as safe as we can be.
Headline in the Washington Post this morning, the U.S. readies for war. Are we going to war?
Well, Claire, this is, I don't know of any other word, a war against terrorism. And it is a war that has to be fought on all fronts. It's a war unlike any that our country has ever fought. You know, when we were bombed at Pearl Harbor, we knew where the enemy was. We knew what we had to do in order to defeat the enemy. Well, this is a different kind of attack, but it has the same grave implications, and so we are preparing to do whatever is necessary and calling on our allies and our friends around the world, because this is a war that knows no boundaries, and I think that's something that finally is sinking in on people.
There's already inevitably some finger pointing starting, a lot of people wondering about the efforts of the U.S. intelligence services. Do you think that the CIA Director George Tenet should resign? Should somebody be held accountable?
Claire, I don't think that it's either appropriate or necessary at this time for people to be pointing fingers. This was a terrible, horrific attack. We will, I'm sure, have to spend time sifting through it to make sure that we know what we need to do and we do it. But I am well enough aware of how difficult this struggle against terrorism is, that I think our focus and all of our energy should be really aimed at preventing any further occurrence, keeping our people safe, and marshaling our resources for this battle.
But would you agree that there must have been serious lapses in our own intelligence gathering if in 3 days we can find out there are other attacks planned, but there was no hint that the original attacks were coming?
Well, I think we do have to find out what might have been done that could have prevented this. Nobody would argue with that. But when we're trying to pull together every bit of intelligence and every possible preparation necessary, I don't think we ought to be looking backwards. We ought to be looking forwards.
Your husband spent 8 years battling Osama bin Laden. Do you think that enough was done during his administration? In hindsight, are you thinking, is he thinking we should have been paying more attention?
Oh, we paid a great deal of attention. You know, part of the reason that we've been able to secure the help of other countries now is because of the immensity of this horrific attack. But we were successful in finding the people who bombed the World Trade Towers. We have been successful in other efforts, using intelligence and other resources. You know, there's no doubt now that a great deal of harm was prevented at the Millennium because of good intelligence. This is not going to be easy for any of us to foresee the end of, and it will be frustrating. We have to have a lot of patience and resolve. When you have people who are willing to die, when you have people who are funded by shadowy forces, who have their own intelligence gathering networks, there's a lot of work for us to do. I think we have certainly made the commitment, and we're going to carry through.
You and your colleagues are set to pass an enormous package today of aid for anti-terrorism measures and to help in New York, $40 billion. Do you think that's going to be enough for New York?
No, but I think this is a wonderful start. You know, I can't thank the president enough. I can't thank the governor and the mayor enough. When Senator Schumer and I met with the mayor and the governor when we went to view the site and then had a briefing, we began to get a very specific sense of the enormity of the damage that's been done. And when we got on the phone that night and then got back to Washington and began talking with our leadership, other members of our New York delegation, both Republican and Democratic, began talking to their leadership in the House, we knew that we just had to work at this moment to make a good faith effort, and that $20 billion, which will go for rescue, recovery, rebuilding, reconstruction, and humanitarian assistance for the many people who have lost loved ones and are suffering. It's a way of America rallying around in a tangible manner to say we're behind you, New York, and we're behind people who suffered losses in New Jersey, Connecticut, Virginia. We're behind you together.
How much of that money, if any, will go to rebuilding those two buildings so symbolic of our country, and do you think that should happen?
Well, that's going to be a decision that we make down the road. I think the immediate costs are so pressing. You know, the search and rescue mission that continues is very expensive. Removing the debris, bringing in the dump trucks. You know, we think we may have, according to the Army Corps of Engineers, 500,000 tons of debris. The identifying of bodies, the sheer effort of trying to make sure that we have all of the resources that are needed. That's our immediate impact that we're looking at. And, you know, the mental health services and the kind of grief counseling that has to go on is very important, and we have to do it all.
It's clear in this kind of crisis what sort of role the mayor of a city plays in rallying the police, the firefighters, just keeping the city functioning.
And did a fabulous job.
And even the governor,
exactly.
The sort of role he plays. Right. What do you think is the most important role a senator from New York can play?
I think I have two primary roles. First, I have to support the president in his efforts to wage this war against terrorism, to keep every American safe and all people who should be free from this kind of evil. And I have to represent to the best of my energy the needs of my constituents in New York. And that's what Senator Schumer and I have been doing for the last 2 days. We saw that devastation. I thought I was standing at the gates of hell, Claire. I mean, I've never seen anything like it, and I've been to a lot of disaster areas, and I have flown over battlefields in helicopters. I was into you know, Bosnia after the Dayton Accords. I just couldn't even take it all in. And the brave men and women who've been on the front lines, you know, those firefighters who've lost their lives, and so many who are still there who've lost their loved ones and friends, the police officers, the emergency workers. You know, I'm going to fight as hard as I can to make sure that everyone sees what I see, that all America understands that. And I was so pleased when I went to the Oval Office yesterday and the president immediately responded to Chuck's and my request for an extra $20 billion. And that was such a great sign of support.
Do you have anything you would like to say to the citizens of New York today on this day of remembrance and mourning?
Well, I am so proud. I can't even express the feelings that I have. Certainly, first and foremost, for the people on the front lines, you know, who won't leave the digging. As I was standing there on the street looking toward the rubble and the smoke that was rising up, wearing the mask because of the acrid smell, and saw the firefighters coming out, dragging their axes behind them, some of them having been on duty 24 hours. You know, I just thank God that we have New Yorkers and Americans who put their own lives at risk to save the rest of us. And I was also proud of the people who, in an orderly fashion, just got out of those buildings, got out of Lower Manhattan, and started helping immediately, volunteering to give whatever they could give to try to save lives and rebuild. We've had a terrible evil inflicted on us, but we've also seen great acts of heroism and courage and leadership and kindness. And I think today, as we have a day of remembrance and prayer, we all ought to be grateful that we are not going to be bowed in any way by this attack, and our way of life and our caring and compassion for one another is unaffected.
Okay, Senator Clinton, when will you be going back up to New York next?
I'll be going with the president this afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Claire.
Charlie and Diane.
All right, thanks very much, Claire Shipman and Senator Hillary Clinton from here in New York.
We have George Stephanopoulos with us. One news note.
Yeah, first a bulletin. You know, there are police actions taking place all across the world, and we're not knowing at any one time whether it's directly connected to the terrorist action. But Dutch police in Rotterdam have arrested 4 people on Friday who are suspected of being members of a radical Islamic network. They're confirming the arrest, the prosecutors are now, but they're not saying whether or not it's connected to what happened here.
George, something I want to ask you about, which is sort of interesting. and it's an ill-defined role that ex-presidents have when there's a national crisis. And I suspect there's some sort of musings that go on in their mind of what should I do given the exigencies of the situation. Of course, one of them has a particularly unique role in that he's the father of the present president. But what have the ex-presidents done?
Well, first of all, you have to look at what's been done to them. Whenever you have a crisis like this, they are immediately, their Secret Service guards also go into action and make sure that they are secured and they are protected. That happened with all the ex-presidents alive. And then secondly, they receive briefings, generally from the president's national security advisor on the situation at hand. You know, sometimes the ex-presidents, when it's not quite a crisis, grumble about the levels of briefings they get, but in this case, I think they all were. And what we've seen since then, President Carter came up with a very strong statement of support, basically on paper. President Clinton did it a little bit differently and more in character. He took it upon himself to call up the Associated Press when this first broke, after he got his briefing, to make sure that people knew immediately that he was going to stand behind President Bush at this time. And then he also came up to New York himself yesterday afternoon and toured. I don't know if we have the pictures. Yeah, there they are.
So he toured the site before President Bush did?
Before President Bush did, with Chelsea. New York is his home now, I guess let's say, and he wanted to get a first-hand look at the site. And I guess, and you alluded to it, Charlie, perhaps the most interesting response has been that, and the most difficult one must be for former President Bush, number 41. Remember, on the first day, his plane was diverted. He was going to Minnesota, and then he was diverted out to Wisconsin. He was put under protection for some time. He turned up yesterday in Boston, and we have a clip of him and what he was saying at a speech in Boston yesterday.
If you're going to infiltrate some cell somewhere, or a terrorist cell, you have to deal with people that are willing to betray their country, people that are willing to betray their friends, people that want money or other things, and it's not pleasant. But if we are going to provide the president with the best possible intelligence, we have to have we have to free up the intelligence system from some of its constraints.
That's Bush speaking as a former CIA director, a vice president, and a president. But when he was taking questions at that speech, he also spoke like a dad. He said, "I talk quite regularly to our son. I've been doing that since he was a little kid."
Once a kid, always a kid to your dad. Huh?
Conversations, though, now are more than about baseball cards.
No question about that.
Let's go to Terry Moran down in Washington at the White House and get the president's schedule again. What's next up, Terry?
Well, Diane, I'm here at the National Cathedral, the seat of the Episcopal Church in the United States, because President Bush will be here in just a couple of hours for the National Prayer Service. He has declared that today be a day of prayer and remembrance. He's asked Americans around noontime, around when he'll be here, to go to their own places of worship, to pray and reflect and remember. This is going to be a very moving ceremony, understandably, as it would be across the country. The President himself, we're told, was personally involved in planning this, and the First Lady as well. He is a man of faith, a very devout faith, believes, like most Americans do, I suppose, in the power of prayer, especially at a time like this. Let me let you know a little bit of what's going to happen. Billy Graham, the Reverend Billy Graham, will be preaching from the pulpit today. This cathedral holds about 4,000 people. The public, for security and other reasons, does not have access. But by President Bush's specific request, there will be hundreds, and you'll see them in the north transept right below where the pulpit is. Hundreds of firefighters, police officers, and rescue personnel, emergency medical technicians who've been working at the Pentagon will be here in their uniforms right in the church there. This is also meant to be a service that will show, according to the White House, what the country's about at a time like this, in contrast to what the terrorist attacks were about. In other words, it will be very ecumenical. There will be scripture readings by Jewish leaders, by rabbis, by Rabbi Joshua Haberman. There will be a reading by a Muslim cleric, and the Catholic Archbishop of Washington will also be reading the gospel here. And then at the end, the president himself will make remarks to the prayer service and to the country. There will be a prayer for his leadership, and then he will depart for New York afterwards.
Terry, just one other question, because we've been talking a lot about these hijackings, what we believe were hijackings in progress, or incipient hijackings, I should say, that were planned by the men who were arrested at the New York airports last night. Has the White House commented at all about those?
No, Charlie. They have been very, very careful about this story. This is a story that is unsettling, to say the least, in its nature. And one of the things that they are trying to do is get the president to play that role of the center of reassuring, of stability in the country at the moment. Last night, I was on the phone quite a bit. I was informing, frankly, some White House officials about this story as John Miller was reporting it to get their response. They didn't know. I was frequently put on hold for several minutes, came back with a no comment. Finally, I did get one official to say that the president was being kept informed of the situation, continually updated, and was aware of it, but they, so far, have not commented on it.
All right, thanks very much. Terry Moran is at the National Cathedral now, where, as we say, in just about 2.5 hours, the president's going to attend the National Prayer Service there. Want to go to Don Dahler, downtown here in New York, at the search site. He has been there almost nonstop since we saw the planes go into the World Trade Center towers. And Don lives down in that area and has been working there, as I say, almost nonstop since this happened. Just what is it now, about 72 hours ago, Don?
It is still raining, Charlie, obviously, and it's making the conditions very difficult for the rescue teams. It was difficult before this even happened. Lots of exposed metal, sheet metal that was slippery to begin with. In between the calls last night for bolt cutters or for extra buckets, occasionally there would be a call for a stretcher. It was not for a body or for a victim of the collapse. It was for someone who was injured working in that area. Occasionally, in fact, one time I heard a call go out for a cervical collar. Someone had fallen and hurt their neck. So you can imagine how much this is exacerbating the situation. Just a few hours ago, there were two men standing looking up at the Liberty One building, that building that they are expecting to fall any time. The man turned to one and said, "Do you really think that thing's going to keep standing?" And his crew chief turned to him and said, "That's why you're here, of your own free will." Charlie?
All right, thanks, Don Dahler. And I'll make another mention of the fact, as I said a little earlier, because Don Dahler's too nice a person to mention it and wouldn't pat himself on the back, but he's working long hours for ABC and for the network and for our program and others. And then when he was relieved yesterday, had a chance to go back and get some sleep, he went in, volunteered, worked with the rescue people for about 7 hours in there.
Digging the rubble himself.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to John McWethy at the Pentagon. What's new there, John?
Well, the search for victims and the bodies, of course, is continuing. They are really delighted that they have recovered the voice cockpit and the flight data recorders from the wreckage in the Pentagon. We understand that the voice recorder black box from the aircraft is not in very good condition. At least it is physically beaten up. That doesn't mean that the information inside won't be all right. The other black box, the flight data recorder, is apparently in good condition, at least from the superficial outside part. Those, of course, have been handed over to the FBI. The big news here today, of course, is going to be both the White House and the Pentagon positioning themselves for a large call-up of the U.S. military reserve. We are now hearing up to 50,000 people could be called, but as Charlie and I were discussing earlier, the President is going to ask for the authority to call up to 1 million U.S. military reserves, and then he is going to take that authority and set it aside and then call up the Pentagon will then call up a much smaller number, up to 50,000. Why are they doing all of this? It is part of a very broad effort that we are now beginning to see the outlines of, the diplomacy that the United States is doing, and some of the internal security operations. 26 American air bases are now going to have fighters on what is called strip alert. That means with 15 minutes notice, they're going to have F-15s or F-16s in the air to intercept potential targets over American airspace. That's part of it. The diplomacy is also very much a part of it, trying to bring in the allies to support the United States, and they're well along on that already.
John, a bunch of questions occur. Number one, if he's going to ask for the authority to call up to a million reservists and actually call up to 50,000, you say they're going to be used for security purposes, and obviously some of the security purposes may be involved with protecting the nation's air traffic system. But I wonder if some of that is not in preparation for the retaliation that may come.
It could be, Charlie, but I think it's a little premature. What they are trying to do, it's very labor-intensive to put that many combat aircraft on strip alert. So just monitoring the airspace through military means is going to be very labor-intensive. We have an aging force of F-15s and F-16s. It's going to take many more maintenance people and many more pilots just to keep the airplanes running.
And one other question. I now understand they have a pretty accurate fix on the number of dead at the Pentagon.
It's not that accurate.
Okay.
It's 190 is what they believe are the dead and missing, but it could creep up somewhat higher than that by the time they finally get a final count. There are people in the hospital, for example, that are still in critical.
Special report.
On this fourth day, we return to you, September 14th, 2001, a day the President has designated a day of national remembrance for those lost, a day America prays. And once again, good morning, America. I'm Diane Sawyer, and you're looking at scenes of Lower Manhattan now, and it seems the rain is abated at least, if not stopped, Charlie.
I'm Charles Gibson. Good to have you with us on this Friday, September 14th. We welcome all of you. That is the scene, and that's a sort of makeshift memorial which has grown up in Union Square here in New York. You know, New York, as we've talked about, is shut down south of 14th Street. Union Square just north of 14th Street. It's about the closest site you can get to the World Trade Center area, former World Trade Center Tower area. And so because people want to get nearby and do something, they have come literally by the hundreds and left flowers and left candles and little memorials, and there have been people there praying all through the afternoon. When you looked at the site yesterday, you saw people down on their knees just with their heads bowed, quiet contemplation. But this is a day the President, as Diane mentioned, has designated as a national day of prayer, and in just a couple of hours, it's now 9 o'clock in the East Coast, 6 o'clock in the West, in just a couple of hours there will be a prayer service at the National Cathedral in Washington. And there, the picture of the Pentagon this morning in the new light of dawn. And there has been some news from the Pentagon. We're going to check in a little bit with ABC's John McWethy, who covers the Pentagon for us. And there is news that the black boxes from the plane that slammed in there have been found. And there's the picture of the National Cathedral, where the President will come in a couple of hours. We had a chance to talk to Dean Baxter, who will officiate at that service a little bit later today, to talk about what you say from the pulpit when people want some words that will help.
Something to console. Well, last night we heard the news that there had been some detaining, at least, arrests of people, pulling people in from airplanes. The alarm went out. Everybody concerned the potential hijackings, additional hijackings had been foiled. And John Miller has some news on that front right now.
And some very relieving news. Federal authorities say after investigating the stories of the people that they arrested last night, they've been able to release most of them. Out of the 4 taken into custody at Kennedy Airport, they've released 3. One is still being held for further investigation. Now, what federal authorities are saying is that so many of their alarm bells went off last night that they felt it was imperative to storm the airplane with a SWAT team to take these people into custody and to order all flights in and out of New York shut down while they sorted out what they believed was 2 attempted hijackings. Now they say after a night of investigation, the confusion stemmed from the false ID. They've established that one man was using his brother's identification, the man who was claiming to be a pilot. Also, one of the individuals lived at an address in Boston that showed up in the FBI's database as the address of another suspected terrorist. The 4 men at LaGuardia Airport, whose luggage was marked as if they were members of an airline crew, have told a story that they were on their way to a conference of airline manufacturers, and they've been able to corroborate some of that. So what they're now saying is what appeared to them to be 2 attempted hijackings and 2 groups of terrorists may now have checked out to be a series of extremely unlikely coincidences at a time when they were geared up to be extremely careful. So they're still sorting through this.
So is there any way of knowing if this is an all clear, or is this just insufficient evidence?
Well, it's a balancing act. It seems that they certainly wouldn't have gone so far as to release 3 of the 4 people at Kennedy Airport, although some of the law enforcement people I spoke to today even were frustrated and felt that required more investigation. But they're still of the opinion that they don't know who all the players are. They're still operating with a list of 52 other people. And, I mean, the level of coincidence, the fact that some of them had been in Florida, that some of them had taken flight training at the same school, are the kinds of things that was just too much at once for them last night to not shut down the airspace, to not hold these people. I mean, they were taken away in handcuffs. They were under arrest. They were not free to go, but ultimately not charged because, as bizarre as it sounds, despite the terrorist connection to one of their addresses, the fact that one was using identification which was not his own, although it does check out now to be his brother's, despite that series of coincidences, much of what they say has been able to be corroborated to the extent that authorities believe they don't have enough to charge them with anything.
All right, our thanks to John Miller. And we'd like to bring you up to date every half hour on the hour with the latest news worldwide, and Brian Ross has that.
Overnight in Florida, 2 more FBI raids at hotels that were believed to have been used by the actual hijackers in the attacks on Tuesday. And authorities continue to pursue leads that take them from Florida to Texas to Minnesota, Boston, Maine, Canada, and Germany.
You were talking earlier about the fact that police may be on the lookout for a couple of cars.
Germany. Police in Hamburg raided 10 different locations and made 2 arrests looking for accomplices. Another man was taken into custody for questioning in Fort Smith, Arkansas. And new evidence emerged that prior to Tuesday's attack, some of the hijackers had holed up in this house in the Washington suburb of Vienna, Virginia, raising a neighbor's suspicion.
At one point, a couple years ago, I called the CIA only because it just kind of looked like odd behavior coming and going. It wasn't family, and it wasn't like regular tenants coming in and out.
The hijackers of the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania had launched their mission from the Marriott Hotel at the Newark Airport. And the terrorists that hijacked the 2 Boston flights seem to have begun their long trek from small towns in Florida.
The total number of hijackers, to our best estimate and our best knowledge, given the information at this time, on the 4 planes that crashed was at least 18.
And it's becoming clear that of the 18 terrorists, this man, Mohammed Atta, played a pivotal role in the attacks. Prior to coming to the United States, Atta and his cousin, Marwan al-Shihi, lived in Hamburg in Germany, a country federal authorities say has been used often as a base by a number of bin Laden operatives. A neighbor said the 2 men had lived here on and off for the last 2 years and had frequent Arab guests. 15 months ago, the 2 men showed up at a small airfield in Venice, Florida, to earn their private pilot's licenses. Then at the end of last year, in December, Atta and al-Shihi went for jet training at a cost of some $39,000, taking flight simulator lessons for large commercial jets at a private flight school in Opelika, Florida, where Henry George conducted the training.
They called and inquired about the type of training we did and made a reservation or scheduled training. They gave me their credit card number and we scheduled the training.
Atta was on board the first plane. His cousin, al-Shihi, was on board the second plane, United 175, which hit the other tower 18 minutes later.
Their capacity to operate the aircraft was substantial. It's very clear that these orchestrated, coordinated assaults on our country were well conducted and conducted in a technically proficient way. It is not easy to land these kinds of aircraft at very specific locations with accuracy, or to direct them with the kind of accuracy which was deadly in this case.
One thing, I didn't realize you were going into that tape piece, but one thing I wanted to ask you about, you mentioned earlier that police had put out an all-points bulletin for a couple of cars out of Florida?
Last night, the Florida Highway Patrol issued an all-points bulletin, or a be on the lookout for, they called a BOLO, for a group of Arab men had rented 2 large Lincoln Town cars one way to New York City. This set off alarm bells in Florida, and they were still looking for them as we went on the air this morning.
I'm sure the two of you are going to be the first to say we're going to see a lot of this.
Oh, we've already seen a lot of it on both ends. If you look at the very credible and official reports of rescues down at the scene where there's so much confusion, when it turns out, you know, there were not rescues of numbers of people. When you look at the investigation, things like what unfolded overnight, where, you know, they were so concerned as to shut down airspace, to raid an airplane filled with passengers with a SWAT team, to take people in handcuffs in custody overnight while they checked out their stories.
You're going to see all-points bulletins of all kinds. You're going to see them rescinded all the time as people are in this heightened state of alert.
When you see the largest mass murder in the history of the United States, you're going to see a certain level of overreaction on the part of law enforcement, and I think, you know, on our part, a certain level of overreaction to their overreaction.
Yeah. Well, everybody wants to protect civil rights, and everybody knows it's important to be cautious right now. At the same time, you want law enforcement to be reacting, over or not.
Well, it's one of the prices of terrorism, and the United States has long been a leader in aviation, and people come from all over the world to this country to learn how to be pilots. We have a great aviation industry. People are proud of that, and there are lots of people here from Arab countries and elsewhere who are here for entirely legitimate purposes.
All right, thanks very much, John Miller, Brian Ross. Throughout the morning, we've been checking with Don Dahler, excuse me, who has been right nearby the World Trade Center site and has been in there watching the rescue workers overnight as they labored in the rain. And it did rain hard here in New York City overnight.
And wind.
That rain has abated a bit, but Don Dahler, very wet, is still down there in that area. Don?
Well, luckily we have a tarp overheads now, so it's not quite as bad. But a lot of the people working in the rescue area are professionals. They're policemen and firemen. But a lot of them are regular folks, construction workers, linemen, even just neighborhood volunteers. And they are not only facing the physical dangers of the conditions in the rescue area, they're also facing emotional dangers right now and having to deal with those kinds of very complicated reactions to what they're seeing and witnessing down there. And with me right now is Dr. Alan Manovitz, who is a doctor of psychiatry and an expert on grief. What kinds of things are they dealing with right now as they're in there searching for survivors, hoping for survivors, but finding otherwise?
Well, they're still in the acute stage of hope, so that they're hanging on to finding a survivor or two. Many of them have worked double shifts. They've been trying to relieve people so that people are coming on a little fresher. But even the people that are coming back are still worn out because they're all going through their own kind of acute stress reactions, where, you know, which can be any sort of emotional expression from crying and or could also be a numb, dazed, dissociated reaction, but they may be disturbed sleep, and so they're not, even though they're away from there, they're not necessarily resting, and then they're coming back.
So they have extreme swings. 1 minute they're crying, the next minute they're determined and focused and going at it again.
Yeah, when I was at the Ground Zero, there were guys that would suddenly, you know, just break down and cry, throw up, and then, you know, just be determined again to go forward and to find something. I think that consciously and unconsciously, they're using their skills to try to find somebody that's alive and to, you know, to help, which is what they're trained to do. You know, it's such a dichotomy because the terrorists have, you know, went to such extremes to destroy life, and we go to such extremes to save even one life. There were hundreds of policemen and firemen and EMTs and doctors that were together trying to pull out that Port Authority policemen in that first night, and they were putting makeshift walkways over all the debris, over places where things could cave in, and, you know, you're just putting all their lives and limbs at risk to try to save this one life, which happily they were able to pull him out.
Interesting. So they're going to be grappling with this for a long time after this. You were saying with post-traumatic stress syndrome. And the other thing I wanted to mention that we talked about is that the viewers at home are not immune to grief and the stresses. And you were explaining that they are going to be you viewers at home might be feeling a helplessness and a need to come help and to do something, and frustration that you're not going to be able to. The doctor's advice on that for the viewers at home?
Well, I think that people can be of help. They, when people say send money, that money is very important. When the O-negative blood, that O-negative blood is important. To call relatives and find out if they have it. To work with, talking with your children and watching the TV and explaining what's going on, getting them to do something proactive, even collecting some pennies from their neighbors. The children react to the distress and the passivity and avoidance of parents. So if parents are proactive, the children feel more reassured in their own safety.
Okay, so there are things that the viewers at home can do to help themselves and to help the people who are here. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. Charlie and Diane, back to you.
Okay, Don,
I think that reaction of people watching on television is very important. You know, we talk about the reactions of the rescue workers, and we've talked a lot about kids and how they react and what's the proper way to deal with them. But, you know, well, my wife runs a school. And she said yesterday, you know, we're so worried about dealing with the kids, and then you suddenly realize all the teachers are going through this as well, reacting to this, having watched it hour by hour on television, and you have to make sure that they're strong enough to be able to turn around and deal with the kids. And I talked to someone yesterday who said, you know, I go to work every day and I put one foot in front of the other and I get through the work day, and then I go home and I cry a lot.
Something that people have been doing, I have a note here, they were talking about giving blood. Amazon.com placed a box just soliciting donations to the Red Cross, just money the Red Cross. In less than 48 hours, online shoppers gave $3 million for the Red Cross. In 1 hour, $150,000. So good hearts out there coming through. I'm glad we have our next guest with us. It is Reverend Franklin Graham. As we know, he's taking over much of the Graham Ministries, his father's ministry, Reverend Billy Graham. And we welcome you this morning, Reverend Graham. Good to talk to you.
Thank you, Diane.
It is at the center, as we know, of, I guess, the paradox at the center of religion, Christian religion, certainly. How do you accommodate evil? How do you say there's a God who allows innocent life to be taken the way we have just seen? What are you going to be saying?
Well, Diane, this is a tough question to answer, and I don't fully understand it, but I do know that God is a God of love, and he never intended the world to be this way. But when man disobeyed God and when man sinned, sin came into the world, and the Bible says we have all sinned and we've all come short of God's glory, and that the penalty of sin is death. But yet God, Diane, so loves you and me in this world that he gave his son, Jesus Christ. He understands suffering. He's a God who's acquainted with suffering. He gave his son to die for our sins, and he has paid the debt. And if we are to confess our sins and repent, God would receive us. And the thing is, Diane, this is a day of prayer. And we need to pray for the families. We need to pray for the victims. We need to pray for the firefighters, the police, all those that are involved right now in this tremendous rescue and recovery effort. But we need to pray for this president, for this administration, for the decisions that they're going to have to make here in the next few hours that could affect this nation for years and years to come in the world. But for the families and for those that have lost loved ones, I urge them not to be bitter, not to be angry, but they would put their faith and trust in Almighty God and to seek his help and to turn to him for comfort in this very difficult and dark hour in their life.
You say, don't be bitter and don't be angry, but that's so hard, I think, for so many people now. We think of God as a merciful God, but I was so struck by something Senator John McCain said in the Senate discussion of a resolution that the Congress passed. I'm thinking back now on Wednesday night, and he said to those who carried this out, he said, we're coming after you. Yeah. God may have mercy on you. We don't.
Yeah. No, I understand
I don't think
that.
there's much mercy in people's hearts right now.
No, I understand that, and I believe that the United States should defend itself, and I think we need to go after these people responsible in the countries that have supported them and given them safe harbor. We need to go after those nations, and I think we need to do it swiftly and keep going and keep hitting until this thing is won and those countries or those governments are eliminated. We have to also remember that there are wonderful Arab people and Muslim people that are against what happened. But at the same time, Charlie, we have to remember that there are in every Arab country, even these Arab countries that are friendly to us, there are these Islamic fundamentalist groups that are operating in those countries that are bent on the destruction of this nation because of our Christian heritage and because of our Christian faith, and they are against us because of our stand on Israel and our defense of Israel. And we have enemies in every one of these countries, and we have to realize that and prepare for it.
But how do I reconcile? I mean, each one of us grappling with this, how do I reconcile? Don't take it out of my case. How does anybody reconcile? You know, you say don't be bitter, don't be angry, and yet that's exactly what people feel, is bitterness and anger, and yet we know in many respects that that's not right.
But there is anger and bitterness, and if we allow this to consume us, it can destroy us. And that's why it's important here. This is the day of prayer that the President has called on this nation to pray, and we need to turn to God. We need His help. We can't get through these hours like this alone without God's help. We need His strength. We need His comfort. And I'm with the President. I ask that the nation look to God. You know, Charlie, for so many years, we have, of course, our currency says, "In God we trust." But in the last few years, we have put our trust and faith in our dollar and in our economy, our stock portfolios, the stock market. And all of this, as we saw on Tuesday, can come crumbling down so quickly around us. And we all need to put our faith and trust in God, and we need to be ready to stand before Him, because all of us one day are going to have to give an account to Him for our life. And our life could come to an end in a moment, just like we saw Tuesday. So we need to be ready.
Reverend, it's Diane Sawyer again. I just want to ask and get a comment from you on something that is being reported this morning. And I know it's one thing in a doctrinal sense, in a theological sense, and in Christian theology to say that sin introduced evil into the world. But as we know, in a real sense, people's idea of sin and what is sin and not sin is, well, they're very different often. And there is a conversation that we have read, and I don't know if the transcript is accurate or not, and in which it quotes Reverend Jerry Falwell talking to Pat Robertson, and he says, "I really believe that pagans, abortionists, feminists, gays, lesbians, ACLU, people for the American way, I point the finger in their face and say, you helped this happen." Your comment.
I talked to Jerry Falwell this morning, and that's taken out of context. The New York Times has an article today written by Gus Niebuhr, which is a very good and accurate article, and you may want to take a look at that. Jerry is a wonderful man, and I know him and have the highest respect for him, and I think it was taken out of context.
All right, Franklin Graham, I appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much. As we've said,
thank you.
This is a day of prayer as designated by the President, but I continue to think that every day these days is a day of prayer.
Sure feels that way. Let's go to John McWethy at the Pentagon. We've heard and reported earlier that the black boxes had been found there. Anything else new, John?
It's going to be a day like you have just said. There's going to be 3 worship services today for various military services. People here who are continuing in their amazing military way to continue to look for the bodies in one part of the building. They're going to be praying and reflecting on it in another part of the building. The big news out of the Defense Department today is going to be, I suspect, an announcement first at the White House for a major call-up of the reserves. We anticipate about 50,000 U.S. military folks will be called up. And this is to man the new effort that the administration is going to announce, where 26 different air bases around the country are going to have combat aircraft on what is called strip alert. That means within 15 minutes they can be airborne trying to intercept suspicious commercial airliners or anything else. This is a hugely manpower-intensive kind of activity. It is going to put a great deal of pressure on already aging aircraft, so they're calling up mechanics and pilots and air traffic controllers, lots and lots of them. You will hear that the president is going to ask for the overall authority to call up to 1 million reservists, but he is not expected to use that authority right away.
John, any sense, because that obviously disrupts a lot of lives, takes people out of their civilian part of their life, brings them into their military part of life when the reservists are called up. Any idea, any thought as to how long that call-up may be for?
Well, the president is going to have the authority to hold them for up to 2 years. It is not expected that they are going to be held that long, but the military is going to have to reconstruct its system of dealing with air traffic control and air combat patrol over the United States. It's something that had not been contemplated since the end of the Cold War, and now they're going to have to rebuild the system. They're going to have to buy new airplanes, put new people in place, so the reservists may be on reserve duty for quite some time once they're called.
All right, John McWethy at the Pentagon. Very fine, as always. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Union Square here in New York. We've mentioned the fact that people can't get south of 14th Street in New York because that area is closed off still, unless you live in that area. So people come to Union Square, which is right near 14th Street, and it's just north of the area that is shut down. And this makeshift memorial really has grown there over the hours. And Robin Roberts, our old pal Robin Roberts, is down there.
Thank you so much, Charlie. As you said, at one point, this was the farthest anybody could get to what is now being referred to as Ground Zero. And we've been here a few hours, Charlie, and even despite the rain, which is such a minor inconvenience, we've seen about 100 people or so coming here to Union Square, standing in the rain. The candles they've been trying to light again despite the rain, and it's just really, it's really something to see. And there have been people here in tears, but what's really struck me is that the silence, Charlie. It's just they want to be around other people, not necessarily saying something, leaving a personal memento. And I have to say, I've seen a different side to New Yorkers, and I will never look at them the same. And quite frankly, I don't think New Yorkers will ever be the same after what happened on Tuesday.
All right, Robin, thanks very much.
Let's move on over to Lara Spencer, who has been, as you saw. Oh no, I'm sorry. We've got to take a break. I don't think we can get that up.
Tell me in my ear, are we going to Lara Spencer or not?
Oh, we've
got technical problems. Well,
Lynn sure has a piece, I think.
Yeah, it's the World Trade Center. All of us, I think, because as you know, we've said 50,000 people work in the World Trade Center, or worked, I should say, past tense. And we've talked so much about people in their upper floors, those companies that were located up there lost so many people. But Lynn Sure found a company where, mercifully, thankfully, no employees were lost because they were on some of the lower floors of the World Trade Center and get out. But this is something faced by so many companies in New York, so many businesses in New York. Their real estate that they were occupying, that they were working in, is gone. All of their records are gone. So what do? Well, this is a small firm that Lynn followed yesterday as they had their reunion, all the employees getting together, first time they'd seen each other since Tuesday. Take a look.
In a city numbed by pain, finally a moment to feel good. These are survivors, employees of Mancini Duffy, an architectural firm, together for the first time since they fled World Trade Tower 2 on Tuesday. Miraculously, from a building where entire companies were wiped out, not a single life in this firm was lost.
I didn't see you there, and I didn't know where you were.
For Chairman Ralph Mancini, it was a time of profound relief and lingering trauma. Mancini Duffy was one of the first tenants of the World Trade Center, which went up in the early 1970s. Proud of their address in the glass and steel colossus that would become the most prestigious financial complex in the world. They moved into offices on the 17th floor of Tower Number 1 until February 26, 1993.
Watch out!
Shaken by the bombing, the company considered moving out, but ultimately relocated to Tower 2 on the 21st and 22nd floors. That's where many of the 140 employees were when the plane struck. 2 days later, several miles north of Ground Zero, in space lent to them on Park Avenue by a client, this was to be their first reunion, a chance to start rebuilding. But incredibly, just as these corporate refugees were arriving,
Evacuating the building?
There was a bomb scare in this skyscraper, and everyone was ordered to evacuate.
But they've evacuated the whole building, so we really don't have anywhere to go.
By the time the all clear sounded,
It is safe to go back into the building.
the Mancini-Duffy folks had migrated again, 3 blocks north to a space donated by another client. Now the reunion could really begin.
See that everybody is safe. You see that everybody is okay. God blessed us that we were able to do and come here today amongst all of us as a family. And you always know that the most important part of my life is a family. And God didn't take that away from us. It took away from a lot of other people, but he didn't take away from us. So that means we've got to move on, and we've got to be strong. And we'll be strong because we're just strong people.
Our competitors who have absolutely nothing to gain by helping us have offered space in their offices, desks, computers, whatever we need. The construction industry is ready to build space. Every major furniture manufacturer has offered to airlift furniture and computers within 24 hours. It's been staggering the amount of people who have rallied to try to help us.
Little wonder the folks at Mancini-Duffy insisted I not call them homeless, but twice was enough. Even in this desperate moment, they have their limits.
I hope you don't mind, but when the real estate brokers interviewed me, I said I'd really rather not be down in the financial district. So we are looking north of 14th Street with a couple of exceptions, Astor Place, Cooper Union, but we don't want to be in a big building. I said preferably a 5-story walk-up.
Then the answer to the question no one wanted to ask.
Payroll will continue a week from tomorrow as regularly scheduled. It will not be interrupted. We have the ability to make payroll. I also want you to know that the partners come last. So if there have to be any adjustments to payroll, it comes first from the top and works its way down. And hopefully by the time it works its way down, it has minimal impact.
But for the architects and designers and accountants and computer techs in this room, even those words could not erase the searing memories just 2 days old.
And now I saw people jumping from the building, and 3 of them just hit on the ground.
They made their way to the stairwell and walked all 21 flights down. The scene at street level was even worse.
And I saw people jumping off the building, and I was like, oh my God. And I covered my ear, I started running, and then I saw tabletops falling 10 feet away from me, hitting the ground. I just covered my head, and I ran the other way.
I started shrieking, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, and I couldn't stop myself. And I think it was the fear and the realization that they didn't get us the first time, and now this is the big one.
For those who got to work late and never made it into the building, there was an additional, even worse horror.
Just praying that they were getting out. You know, I just kept praying. I was running and praying, and I got through here.
We are so fortunate because there are so many companies that, like Cantor Fitzgerald, that lost just about everyone.
One of the things I feel is anger that someone on September 11, 2001 wanted my life, and that's the way I feel. They wanted to take me away from my wife and my son.
On Monday, this company that lost everything but what counts most, its people, will be back in business.
We're not going to give up. We're not going to give in. I will carry us as far as my body could carry us.
So, a portrait of just one company. There are many in the World Trade Center, and actually in surrounding buildings, which also obviously have been shut down because they were so badly damaged by the debris that fell. Indeed, the structural integrity of so many buildings has been undermined by the debris that fell. And so there are major companies that had an enormous amount of office space in those areas, and they've got to find places to operate, and they're all going through questions like that. Some of the smaller ones, can we make payroll, et cetera? Can we pay everybody? It's really, it's very touching what's going on in so many parts of New York. One of the strange things is, obviously, though, with the change of the landscape in the dot-com companies, there has been some real estate that has opened up, so maybe it will all fit together.
We've been saying this is a day of prayer. This is a day also, as we know, of ongoing rage, which means that a lot of people think it must also be a day of tolerance and care. And George Stephanopoulos is with us because there are reports around the country of some backlashes brewing, which are really worrying.
All across the country, there have been threats and real fearful incidents against Arab Americans in the United States. In fact, just overnight, there was an incident in Seattle where a man rammed a truck right up to the edge of a mosque and fired a gun into the ground and tried to set the mosque on fire in Seattle. This seems to be the most serious incident of all those that have happened all across the country tonight. But, you know, you were talking earlier in the last hour about the sense of Arab grievance in the Arab world against the United States, and I think one of the most disturbing things coming out of this incident now is a rise in these threats and real prejudice against the Arab community in the United States.
As Americans nationwide join together in sorrow, one community says it feels unwelcome. Arab Americans have been repeated victims of scorn and violence in the last few days. In a devastated New York City, some say they are communities living in fear, displaying American flags as a charm against American prejudice.
People are being attacked, shops are being vandalized, you know. And I mean, I think it's wrong. How can you condemn people who are also American? We are American. We pay taxes. We live here. Our safety is at jeopardy also.
Maher Saleh, an American citizen born and raised here, is a teacher. He says it's not the first time they've been blamed.
The first people to be blamed are the Arab Muslim culture. First people to be blamed. Oklahoma City is a perfect example. First people they blame, Arab Muslims. Who did it turn out to be? As pure an American as it gets, you know? A white man from Oklahoma did it.
Across the city, police now stand watch over the Islamic Institute. Just 1 hour after the World Trade Center attack, the Institute, also a school, received a terrifying phone call.
The gentleman was very angry, so he started threatening the children. And to be specific, he said that he's going to paint the city, the streets, with our children's blood. Being responsible for 425 kids wasn't a comfortable feeling at that time for me. So we called the police. And as sad as I was, I started being terrified from that moment on.
President Bush joined New York's governor and New York City's mayor, asking Americans not to turn their pain into injustice.
And we must be mindful that as we seek to win the war, that we treat Arab Americans and Muslims with the respect they deserve.
In Chicago Wednesday, police turned back 300 people marching on a mosque. Arab Americans say this isn't patriotism, it's mob psychology, desperate for a target that's handy, nearby. Demonstrators were arrested, and though there were no injuries reported, the Muslim house of worship was shut down. A Denton, Texas Joint Terrorism Task Force was formed following the firebombing of a local mosque. A Molotov cocktail made from a beer bottle caused minor fire damage to the building. It was the third mosque attack in Texas in 2 days.
The feeling now is frustration and disappointment that members of the community are not refraining from these kind of acts. They are ignorant about the subject, and they are trying to take the law in their own hands.
And while Azam Meshkat at the Islamic Institute says she feels safe in her mosque, she is terrified to travel outside its doors. The Institute's school will remain closed until Monday. They continue to receive at least 6 threatening phone calls a day.
These are American kids, born here, raised here. They've never seen any other country but here. And they're going to paint the streets with the American kids' blood. So I believe the terrorists won, if that's the case.
But there are those who refuse to let the terrorists win. In fact, an Islamic leader in Portland, Oregon, Shahriar Ahmad, has reached out to the local Presbyterian church, and they're going to start now having joint prayer services and dinners.
I think that's a very good idea. I heard people talking about ecumenical services to bring Muslims into Christian and Jewish communities, and I think that's a very important thing. I hope that's done in many communities.
Yeah, and I haven't heard all of the reporting on the program at the National Cathedral today, but it would be a very good idea to have some Islamic
Well, it was wonderful that Dean Baxter, who's going to officiate at the service today, was saying that because the cathedral in Washington, though it was started as an Episcopal church, it really serves as a sort of, it does serve as a national cathedral for all faiths, and that many, many Muslims have been coming in there to pray with the people who were there.
Such an eloquent woman we heard from. We want to introduce you now to Maher Salah, who is 24 years old, lives in an Arab American community in Brooklyn. And you are saying that in your community, businesses are shutting down, they're staying closed because of threats.
Yeah, a few businesses have opened up, but for the most part, they're staying closed. My neighborhood is an easy target. A lot of the businesses have signs in Arabic, and especially people in Brooklyn know that there's a very large Arab American population there. So a lot of people are worried. There have been attacks. I mean, not too many attacks are being reported at this time. People are even scared to call the police because they don't know what kind of reaction they're going to get.
And you really do feel, because I know you said this to someone coming in, you really feel that even with your boss you know well, even with the friends you know well, that they're looking at you in a very different way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've been in my neighborhood my whole life. I was born at Long Island College Hospital, where they were bringing a lot of the victims in. And walking through the neighborhood, I know pretty much every business owner, and I would say 80% of the population, Arab American and otherwise. And a lot of people that I usually stand in the street and talk to kind of like turned their faces when I was saying hello to them. They kind of like said hello from far away like this and just kept moving. I mean, it's tough. You have to understand, right now, it's tough. It's tough on the Arab American, but I do understand what the people are going through right now because I'm going through the same thing.
The same kind of grieving you're talking about.
Yes, I had friends and family who work in the World Trade Center and who work in neighboring buildings. I have friends, Arab American friends, who are in the NYPD, who are in the fire department. And a friend of mine that was supposed to come here with me today, who's also an Arab American, is a United States Marine. And he couldn't come because he was called in. So, I mean, I would just like to tell America that we're grieving as well. And this is a time that we should all stick together and that we should not be turning on each other because of who our ancestors are.
Well said. Well said.
Maher Salah, thank you.
Thank you.
Both an Arab American and a New Yorker.
Yeah, that's right. You can tell by the accent, huh? Brooklyn.
All right. Thanks very much. All the best to you.
We're going to go to Claire Shipman now, who's down in Washington, and see what the latest is on the president and the White House.
Well, Diane, the president is in a cabinet meeting right now, and we're told that at the end of that meeting, maybe at about 10:15 Eastern time this morning, that there will be pool cameras allowed into that cabinet meeting. So clearly the president would like to be able to make some other statement to the press today. After that, he's going to be on his way to the National Cathedral for that prayer service that you've been talking about all morning. A lot of people in attendance were told, everybody from former President Clinton, we're also told former Presidents Ford and Carter, perhaps former Vice President Gore. Of course, Billy Graham will be participating in that. And the question that George raised just a few minutes ago, I was looking over the schedule. There will be a prayer led by the Imam of the Islamic Society at that prayer service. So clearly they think that is an important message as well. After that, President Bush will, of course, as you know, head up to New York. They're being very, very quiet about exactly what his schedule is going to be up there. I think there's still a lot of nervousness about the fact that he's traveling at all, and it's going to be in a very small, well-protected but small group of people. He's clearly going to be visiting the damage somewhere, but what we can't find out is whether he's going to be attending any sort of prayer service in New York. In other things going on in Washington, the House of Representatives is trying to pass that huge support measure for the president, $40 billion before the prayer service here, so House members can go. The Senate will probably pass that later this afternoon. Charlie and Diane.
All right, thanks very much, Claire Shipman in Washington. We thank you for that. We thank you for what you've done all week long.
Let's bring back in John Miller, because we want the very latest on the arrests that were made yesterday, the releases that have taken place now.
That's right. Federal authorities are actually giving us some very comforting news last night, having set off alarm bells that they felt that there were two hijacking teams about to hijack two new planes, separate arrests at LaGuardia and Kennedy Airport. After questioning these people through the night, they've released, as far as we have it, all but one of them, and they just want to go over some more details with the last man about some other issues. But it's a chain reaction of confusing events that you almost couldn't recreate if you had to. When they get to the airport, one guy shows up, and airline counter people feel that they recognize them as people who tried to fly on Tuesday. The names don't match, but they believe that these are the same group that tried to fly on Tuesday, the day that planes were crashed into the buildings. So they alert authorities. Then when they investigate one of these individuals, he has identification, and he says he's a pilot. But when they examine his pilot identification, it's under a different name. Now they have a man with multiple identities who the airline people are suspicious of. Another individual volunteers to members of the airline crew who are short-staffed to act as a crew member on the flight, claiming that he's an airline employee from L.A., but not an employee of that airline. So that, against the backdrop of later, when they're on higher alert, 4 men at LaGuardia show up with baggage that identifies them as part of an airline crew. So one thing led to another, Of course, some of these people had already boarded the plane in the case of Kennedy Airport, which was stormed by a Port Authority police SWAT team backed up by FBI agents from the terrorist task force who arrested 2 men and a woman and questioned them through the night. And it turns out the man who claims he was a pilot actually is a pilot under the name on his pilot identification. But the identification he used to get on the flight was that of a relative. So between the multiple IDs, the false name, which turns out to belong to somebody who he's related to, the fact that airline employees thought that this was the same group that had tried to check in on Tuesday, that were now using different identities, this set off a snowball effect, which caused airspace to be shut down and federal authorities to react in a very serious way, which I think, in all fairness, is very understanding, given the level of coincidence here. Yet one more on the pile is, one of the individuals had an address, which in federal databases was the same address of a suspected terrorist that surfaced in this investigation as a name to be looked at. So it was just one thing after another.
But a couple of things, so that we don't leave people alarmed. They were indicating to you, authorities were, early on in the night, that they thought they had foiled a couple of more hijackings. They no longer believe that because they'd let these people go.
They believed last night, when they conducted these raids, handcuffed these people, and took them into custody, that they had 2 additional cells of people who were going to use the same M.O., again, because of the false identification, the claims of being airline personnel, and the fact that they were together but sat separately in different parts of the aircraft. All of this made them very suspicious. And the statements of airline employees who were suspicious. And, you know, it's actually a much nicer position to be in this morning, to hear that after a long night of trying to sort out a series of unlikely coincidences, bizarre coincidences, that they think now that this was not a plot.
All right, good.
The latest on the overnight news, and now let's get the latest from the hospitals in the city of New York, and we go back to Cynthia McFadden. Cynthia?
Hi, Diane. Well, it's really about traffic and weather here at St. Vincent's Hospital. The very bad news is, in many ways, symbolically, they have opened, as you can see behind me, this street, which has been closed off since the disaster, to traffic. There are taxi cabs, private cars in this street now. That is perhaps one of the clearest indications that they are not expecting the massive kind of evacuation and rescue that they had hoped for. St. Vincent's is still the trauma center to which any large number of patients would be brought, according to our EMS sources. The fact that they are no longer blocking off this street and access to this street is a very bad sign. We have actually been inside the hospital, Diane, Charlie. 821 patients have been seen overall through the St. Vincent's emergency room. I can tell you right now, it is quiet. They are seeing no patients related to this tragedy at the moment. No new firefighters have been brought in. All in all, it is a very sad scene down here. And the weather, of course, interfering with the rescue efforts. Back to you.
People getting resigned to the fact that they're just not going to find anybody in the World Trade Center site, although obviously everyone's still hopeful. One last time, though, we want to go to that site. ABC's Don Dahler, who's been there for us all week long.
Yeah, Charlie, there's a group of individuals whom we have not talked about, but I want to mention them now because I think they're some of the unsung heroes in all this, and that's the iron workers, the union guys who work the big steel. Time and again, I saw them clambering up these dangerous girders, sometimes 50 feet in the air, dressed in a tank top with their beefy arms covered in Harley-Davidson tattoos. I was amazed again and again at their skill and bravery, and it was one of these guys that left me with my most memorable image from last night. I took a picture of it. It does not do justice to the scene. There was a man standing next to me with a Polaroid camera, and I borrowed it for a moment. But as you see, it's one of those pieces of steel, these girders sticking into the air with an American flag lashed to it. And it's the angle of the girder and the group of people standing underneath it, the cops and the firemen and the construction workers, that reminded me immediately of that famous photograph of the Marines raising the flag at Iwo Jima. These are not Marines, but I think both groups of people would agree that the sentiment is very much the same.
And you took that picture?
I took that picture.
Yeah, when? That was last night?
That was last night.
Last night. All right. Don Dahler, again, thanks very much. We talked to Don. Tuesday, we started talking to Don at 10 minutes before 9 o'clock, just after the first plane had gone into the towers, and he has been down there nonstop for us since, and we appreciate it.
That's right. I remember the first words out of his mouth about a shrieking, searing, screaming sound. No idea what it was. He kept saying, could it be a missile? And of course, in a sense, a passenger plane had become a missile.
Well, it's time for us to start wrapping up. We're going to leave the air and turn it back over to Peter Jennings fairly shortly. We won't see you again, the two of us, until Monday, but what an unbelievable week this has been. You just, every time you hear a new fact or you see a picture again, you can't believe you've been through this week.
And we keep thinking, we've heard so many stories of those who were lost, those who survived, the miraculous courage of people that when you enter into one, you think, well, this will be another story. This will be just another story. And every single time you simply remember that there are unfathomable reaches of courage and goodness inside human beings in the middle of something so tragic.
Countless scenes that you've seen of that in New York. And this is going to be with us a long, long time, obviously, this story. The president yesterday, as he talked to Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani, said this is now the emphasis of my administration. We'll work on domestic issues, etc., but this is where we are focused, and it is where we are focused and will be focused as a nation for some time to come.
I noticed that in all the newspapers today in this capitalist country, so many companies took out ads simply to say prayers, and one of them stayed with me. So here is one. As you weep, we weep. As you pray, we pray. As you endure, we will endure. These are scenes from the last week.
Take care.
We saw a shadow. It looked like...
Report in that there's been some sort of explosion.
The next building.
There's another one. Flew in.
A
big explosion. People started running. It was just chaos everywhere.
They started jumping out of the window, like the 96th floor, one at a time.
I don't see a building. I see people. People hurt.
2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack.
As we are boarding Air Force One, They have bomb squads out here checking all of our gear.
The aircraft penetrated deep inside the Pentagon.
It looked like a commuter plane from the south, real low.
So we've just been told that the Capitol is being evacuated.
And you can see that people did exit the building very, very quickly.
This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI agents, and you can see the two towers. A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way!
The entire building has just collapsed.
The whole side has collapsed?
The whole building has collapsed.
The whole building has collapsed?
The building has collapsed.
Get out of here!
They were breaking glass to get into nearby homes and restaurants.
The glass blew out and threw me onto the sidewalk, and I couldn't see for 20 seconds.
You okay, officer?
Give him that. You can walk. You can film it.
Oh, my God. This is so terrible.
Put your mask on.
Sean, it's me. I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building. I just wanted you to know that I love you always.
We've been attacked. It's like World War II.
This is still an open question as to what happened to United Airlines Flight 93.
He said, I'm on a flight, and there are 3 guys that have taken over the flight, and they say they have a bomb.
I think that if there was anything done to thwart the people, that he was involved in it.
All people giving blood, go to your left, please.
We figured at least this is some way we can really help.
Firemen were coming in and telling us that there were 3 rescue companies that never made it out.
We tried our best, and it was just too much. It was unbelievable. For me, it was.
There has been another building collapse in lower New York. It is number 7.
No planes are taking off in the entire country.
The plane was okay, but they did not tell us why we were being pulled from the air.
We're evacuating all terminals and we're stopping traffic all over.
Today, thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror.
This mass terrorism is the new evil in our world today.
We are completely shocked. Completely shocked.
There's no reason for gas to have gone up 30 cents at the pump.
We just don't think that terrorism is going to hit in our backyard.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
It's just been a really tragic day, and I think a lot of people feel very numb.
This is the World Trade Center on the floor. The car just blew up.
The damage is incalculable, but, one human life is worth more than all that damage put together.
It's worse than they thought it was going to be. Stepping over things that they assume are bodies that they don't know for a fact because it's so dark on the inside.
Our job is here and our job is now. So we continue to do that, if nothing else, to memorialize the greatness of these men and women that were killed yesterday.
Two Port Authority workers were trapped. We got one out alive about 1 o'clock this morning, and then we got another one out about 5:30.
We've got any more regulators, non-rebreathers, and O2 tanks. It's got a very chemical smell to it because of the fuel.
I walked through the entire rubble and didn't find anybody.
If anybody could help us, there he is again. Sean.
I'm just going to keep going. I'm not going to lose hope. I know he's going to come back to me.
She has 3 daughters at home. They miss her. Not knowing is driving us insane.
There's a certain amount of timidity on my part to get on an airplane right now.
It's been suspended by the FAA indefinitely. It's inconvenient, but nothing compared to what people in the East have gone through.
The 4 planes were hijacked
by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters.
And we are pursuing those leads aggressively.
It's not just a matter of going after the perpetrators, but it's going after and dealing with the sources.
The White House and Air Force One were also intended targets.
I want to get even.
They know who's behind all this.
They need to find out whoever did this, and they need to clean their clock.
Amazing grace.
We train at scrap yards and concrete quarries. You can't train for this.
Been in since 4 o'clock the day it happened. It's been the greatest privilege I've ever had to serve with the people that I've worked beside.
Hey, we need buckets and a couple guys!
We were removing the debris. We had a large steel wall behind the beam. When they removed that, 2 firefighters just came crawling out. It was unbelievable.
I love you, Ma.
The total number of hijackers was at least 18.
This country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
I just don't think anybody understands what it's like down here.
This is ABC News continuing coverage. Reporting from ABC News World Headquarters in New York, Peter Jennings.
Hello again, everybody. This is Peter Jennings in New York, and you were looking at the scene under a very cloudy and occasionally drizzly, rainy day here in New York City. This is intended to be, in New York and in Washington today, a national day of prayer and remembrance, which means, of course, the rest of the country will be able to participate as well. At the Hole, as they now call it, the central location at the crime scene here in New York City, it is somewhat different this morning. It is a very organized search operation and still potentially a rescue operation, and it goes on in an organized, plodding way. We'll visit the scene in a more intimate way one more time, many more times, I suspect, as the day goes on. At the Pentagon, they are doing an first of this fourth day reassessment, as everybody else is around the country, as to precisely where the investigation is and where the country is. And as we said, and I'm sure you've already heard earlier today or perhaps through the night, the President is going to attend a national prayer service in Washington today. So will a great many other leaders of the country, and so of course will we via television. Then the President is going to come here to New York City. There's a considerable eagerness to see him here, a little concern in official circles about the size of the entourage the President may come to New York. But quite frankly, they're being fairly lighthearted about it, and nobody is very serious. As New York's police commissioner told me just a little while ago downtown, the President is coming to what, under the circumstances, is probably the safest place in the United States he could come, because the security is so intense there in New York City. And the various federal agencies this morning are feeling somewhat more relaxed about those incidents at the 2 airports here in New York last night, at Kennedy and LaGuardia. They do not turn out to be as they were originally reported to us by various individuals in various federal agencies in a very declarative way. In fact, many of the people that they actually arrested when they stormed a plane at Kennedy Airport last night, handcuffed people and took them off, those people in most cases have been let go and turn out to be legitimate travelers, not what officials at various agencies believed they were when they first began to tell us what was going on. ABC's John Miller, who's been covering this this particular story and a great many others, will be here shortly and will bring us completely up to date on precisely what happened and why there appears to have been some really, truly serious disconnect, if you will, by the official reporting procedure here in New York and the Federal Bureau of Investigation and other federal agencies in Washington. So in that particular regard, And because there was and there is still concern that there are other people in the United States at the moment who wish to cause harm to the United States, there is a measure of relaxation in the wake of those two incidents which so traumatized us and many people around the country last night when they were reported first to us and then we reported them on. But as I said, this is intended to be a national day of mourning and prayer, and to that end we'll do what we can in the next few hours to once again bind the country together using television, because it is a wonderful instrument on occasions like this, so that we can all participate. And in just a moment, we'll go to a news conference that's being held by the Mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, who's getting tremendous credit in this city for his leadership on this. But let's first go to the Pentagon and John McWethy to get an update on what's happening there. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Peter. As we reported last night, there is going to be a large call-up of the reserves, the U.S. military reserves. We have some more details on that. But let me tell you, the way the country looks right now from the point of view of the military and this combat air control, we now know that there are more than 100 U.S. military combat planes that are on strip alert at bases across the country. There are AWACS early warning planes, Air Force and Navy, that are participating in supplementing the radar picture of the United States. For a number of days after the attack on Tuesday, even military aircraft, training programs, etc. in the U.S. military were not flying. It was a total paralysis, except for the few combat planes that were up doing what they were doing and the radar planes. On the reserve call-up, there is going to be a ceiling established of around 50,000. They will not call all of those initially. Within that, apparently the Air Force is looking to bring 130 additional combat planes into the active force from the reserves. All of this will be very labor-intensive over the course of the next weeks. You're going to see people in civilian life getting a call, air traffic controllers, mechanics, pilots. They're going to be bringing them in rather rapidly. And then the President is going to have the authority, or he's going to request the authority for a much larger military call-up, which is part of the procedural stuff, but not to be confused with what they're going to do initially. Out of sight of all of the different things we've been seeing, Peter, quite clearly the military is engaged in options planning for retaliation. We are not going to know a lot about that because Secretary Rumsfeld, as you have heard repeatedly over the last several days, has laid down the law to everyone surrounding him here in the Pentagon and around the world. There will be no talking to reporters about operational details. We do know that they've called off a lot of exercises, repositioned some units, and we know little more than that.
Just bring us up to date, as we have many times before, on the casualty issues at the Pentagon and the current state of the investigation, and, if I may ask, the status of any, if any, fires.
The fires were reported under control again after they broke out. Small ones broke out last night. The casualty figures have not changed at this point. Still, they estimate 190 people, both those who were on the airplane and who were in the Pentagon, are either missing or dead. They continue to recover bodies and continue to move those remains to Dover Air Force Base. What else were you asking, Peter? I'm sorry.
About that, I was asking about the investigation at the Pentagon itself and the casualties.
Yeah,
so I think we're pretty up to date at the moment, if you feel you are.
Yeah, I think we are. There's memorial services that are going to go on all day here, Peter. One of them, in fact, is underway in an upstairs portion of the building, so they're doing the planning, they're doing the healing, they're still doing the recovery and the rebuilding, and they're trying to open office space and bring this building into some semblance of normalcy, but it's going to be a while.
Has, putting aside the immediate incident, has the normal complement of people showed up at the Pentagon for work today?
This is the military, Peter. They show up. Their bosses tell them we're going to, we have new space over in Crystal City, which is near the Pentagon, or somewhere else in the Arlington area. They are at work. Nobody stays home in the military at a time like this. They volunteer. They show up.
Thanks very much, John McWethy at the Pentagon. Now I want to go to ABC's John Miller. John, just as you were making your way from one ABC News building to the other, I told people there was a measure of relaxation now in the general intelligence community because after this great disconnect last night between New York and Washington, the FBI, at least, appears a good deal calmer about those incidents at Kennedy and LaGuardia that so many federal officials last night were reporting.
Yes, that's true. And as for the people who were arrested, handcuffed, and taken away last night, most of them have been released at this hour. To go backwards through how this started, it began when airline employees notified the Port Authority police that they believed that some people that they recognized from trying to board flights on Tuesday, the day of the hijackings and the crashes, had returned to the airport and were trying to board another flight to California just after New York airspace, in fact, national airspace, had reopened. When police came to investigate, they found that some of those people were carrying multiple IDs. One of them claimed to be a pilot, but his pilot's license didn't match the name on the identification he had booked himself onto the airline with. One of the individuals had volunteered, showing a LAX ID, to be a member of the crew on the plane because they seemed to be short of a crew member. Ultimately, they filled out the crew and didn't have to use him, but all of these things raised suspicions. When the FBI got involved, they began to check into the people's backgrounds and found that one of them had an address in Boston, which was an address of another suspected terrorist who had surfaced in this investigation, which set off even more alarm bells. Later that evening, 4 men at LaGuardia Airport had their baggage with identification tags identifying them as crew members and airline employees trying to board a flight, and it turns out they were not. Through the night, as they questioned these people, they were able to discern that the men with the stickers and tags on their luggage identifying them with different airlines were on their way to an aeronautical conference. They explained that they weren't trying to pass themselves off as crew members, but in fact that these were keepsakes that they had collected along the way. Back at Kennedy Airport, the man who had the multiple identifications and claimed to be a pilot, well, it turns out he's not who he said he was. He said he was using the identification of a relative because he didn't have acceptable ID for himself to board a plane. And in fact, his real name is the name that was on the pilot's license. And in fact, he is a pilot, but he's not who he said he was initially to the airline or to police. And the coincidence involving the man who lives in the same building in Boston that's connected to another counterterrorism investigation, according to the FBI at this hour, seems to be just that, a coincidence, and not the first one that has surfaced in this case. So, going from the position last night where they raided a plane with a heavily armed SWAT team and took these people into custody and shut down airspace at all 3 New York airports, including the one that wasn't involved in either of these incidents, to this morning where they're saying it looks like a series of terribly unlikely but suspicious-looking coincidences came to fore and brought them to the belief that there were 2 different cells trying to hijack 2 more planes. They've somewhat backed away from that, calmed down, and are greatly relieved.
Which led us at the time, of course, to question seriously whether or not the airspace should have been opened at the time. We heard other former, I must say, in this case, Federal Aviation Administration officials and some military, ex-military officials who actually believed that there were aircraft in the sky last night which should not have been in the sky. But among the other things it speaks to, John, because in fact the federal officials in Washington are only now appearing to catch up to a more, well, I'm sure to say that, are only beginning to communicate now a more realistic appraisal of this story. And how much of a disconnect between the 2 cities does this speak to?
Well, I think in an investigation this size, there's a lot of squirreling away of information till it's verified, so that New York was operating with raw data, both on the police level, where it started, and on the FBI level, where it ended. And I think Washington was just a little behind the curve because New York wanted to finish the investigation before briefing them. Although I must say, ABC News was in communication last night with people in the FBI's SIOC, their Special Operations and Information Command Center, and they were aware of many of the details of this last night and were able to verify those details. And they were not aware of some of the other details and weren't able to verify them, although those are details which are actually contained in the police reports that were written up about this. So you can see how it developed last night. Indeed, today, what's odd is some of the initial investigators who started the ball rolling on this and learned in the early stages about the multiple identities, the connections from addresses to other terrorists, are still concerned that, you know, there's part of this story that they didn't get. But the federal agents who worked through the night to carefully backtrack and verify these stories are satisfied that what looked to them like a set of 2 hijacking attempts and a coordinated effort is actually not that at all.
There are just 2 more things, neither one of them small. In those initial official reports last night, there were mentions that these people on the aircraft at Kennedy particularly had weapons, and there was, I believe, a specific reference to box cutters.
No box cutters.
No box
Specifically
cutters.
Knives was what was in the reports.
Knives, you're quite right. And do we believe that now not to be the case?
We believe that now not to be the case, and we tried to sort through that confusion too, and we got some help from Pierre Thomas at the Justice Department, who says...
our Pierre Thomas, yes.
Our Pierre Thomas at the Justice Department, who covers the Justice Department and the FBI for us, says that in sorting through the bags, since one of these individuals identified himself as an airline employee, his bags may have been mixed in with crew bags, and things they found in bags that didn't belong to these individuals may have been credited to them. So that's still a little foggy to me, but the bottom line is you can't say that there were 5 people armed with knives on that plane, and the initial reports were not all of them, but some of them were.
And I think, speaking more to the relaxation of the federal agencies more than anything else at the moment, is that the great majority of these people who were picked up last night, as you say, under very difficult circumstances. We talked to one of the passengers on the plane who said this SWAT team came storming onto the plane, terrifying everybody, put everybody in handcuffs and took them away. But they have now all been released, and I suppose that's the greatest indication of relaxation we've seen in this one particular incident.
Actually, to my understanding, it's all but one, and they say they want to go over some additional information with him. They don't anticipate he's going to be charged with anything. In fact, as soon as they sort out the rest of what they want to sort out, which has to do with identification and immigration status, they anticipate he probably will be released. But they certainly don't believe now that he was part of a hijacking while they go through that.
Okay, thanks very much, John Miller. Very much appreciate you being with us. This is going to be another, if it's anything like yesterday and the previous days, it's going to be a very difficult day in terms of the investigation generally, but we'll bring you up to date on that as quickly as we can. As I said, if you were looking for an emphasis today, I think from everybody's point of view, certainly from the government's point of view in Washington and here in New York, this is a day to have a national day of mourning and of remembrance, though there has been an enormous measure of remembrance and mourning ever since this incident occurred on Tuesday. But John's report takes us automatically and immediately to ABC's Lisa Stark, who I think is still in Seattle.
I am indeed, Peter.
You are still
Good
in
morning.
Seattle, still far from her home base, and I might say your children,
It's true.
of which I know you're very conscious. When you and I last talked last night, there was deep concern on behalf of some officials, both intelligence officials and airline or former government airline officials, about whether those planes should be in the air. Is the system fairly relaxed today?
I would not call it relaxed. I know we are now saying that thankfully it appears those incidents were not attempted hijackings again yesterday at LaGuardia and JFK Airport, but there is still a very heightened state of concern. As you know, security is extremely tight. They're telling people to get to airports at least 2 hours before any domestic flight, at least 3 hours before any international flight. And we also understand that the airlines are pushing very, very hard for very detailed intelligence briefings from the government. They want to know everything the government knows so that they can do the best they can to ensure there's no repeat, obviously, of what happened on Tuesday.
I suspect, though, in one instance, Lisa, people could feel good about last night because, sad as it may be for the people who were taken and then released, the system worked. The new imposed security did pick people out for fairly obvious reasons.
Absolutely. That's what I heard last night, both from government and industry sources, that look, we have security measures in place. They've identified certain people we're concerned about. That is what we are trying to do. Peter, everyone we've talked to about the kind of security that you would have at an airport indicate to us that, as you well know, you can never be 100% certain that you've caught everyone. But what they say is that you can make it so difficult, so onerous, that anyone who does have something nefarious in mind will have to go through such dramatic planning that the intelligence community will hopefully pick up something beforehand. And that's one of the things, especially with this heightened state of alert, one of the things I think the airlines are counting on, and one of the reasons they're looking for very detailed information, intelligence information from the government.
Okay, I think we've talked about this incident for the moment. Now tell us about air travel in general in the country.
What the airlines are saying today is they hope, and I'm going to stress the word hope again, to be at 50% capacity today. They hope to have about 50% of their flights running. We have no idea, obviously, if they'll get anywhere near that number, because a number of airports are still shut down entirely. But that is their hope today. It will no doubt be another chaotic day, I'm sure, at the airports. But people are getting out, flights are taking off, and the system is at least operating at some level today.
Okay, thanks very much, Lisa. We'll come back to you on a regular basis. I want to go now to Terry Moran, who is our White House correspondent, our senior White House correspondent, who is at the National Cathedral in Washington, where not long from now there will be a national service of remembrance and mourning. Terry.
Well, Peter, it's a somber and stormy day here in Washington, as it is up and down the northeast coast. This is the scene here at the National Cathedral, the seat of the Episcopal Church in the United States, where the President and former President Clinton, Carter, and Ford, we are told, and perhaps former Vice President Gore, will all be attending this national prayer service. The President has declared this day a national day of prayer and remembrance. He's asking people across the country during their lunch hours, if they can, to go to whatever place of worship or meditation they feel is appropriate in order to pray and remember. This is a very devout president, I think we have come to understand, and as he's rallied the armies of compassion, he's trying to, I guess, summon the power of prayer here. This is going to be a service which will be very moving, no question about it. Among the people who will be attending, the public has not been invited. In addition to members of Congress, there will be family members of victims from the Pentagon, as well as a couple of hundred, we are told, firefighters, police officers, and emergency medical technicians who will be seated right up front below where the President will be speaking himself. The Reverend Billy Graham, America's pastor, he's sometimes called, will be speaking. We're told that President Bush himself requested that, and that the President, despite all of the urgent business he's had to deal with, has been involved, as has the First Lady, in planning this ceremony. The White House believes this can be a moment for the country to come together in the profoundest sense to meet the attacks and the threat that has come to us.
Now, Terry, tell us about the rest of the President's Day. The President's going to come to New York. What else is on the books for the day?
Cabinet meeting, Peter. He is in a cabinet meeting as we speak, and we're told that at the end of that meeting, they will bring the pool camera in, as it's called, and the President will once again speak to reporters and thus speak to the nation. He is going to be in New York and will be leaving directly from the prayer service for there. This is a day where some of the responses of the government to this crisis are beginning to take shape. There was that $40 billion in emergency spending that the President and Congress have been agreed to, which is expected to make its way through Congress today. And they are also working, the White House and Congress, on the precise wording of a resolution which would authorize the President to use force in responding to these attacks. So the affairs of state go on. But there's no question, Peter, that the people who are working with the President say that he himself has mentioned several times this service, this moment today, is very important to him and to the country as it responds to these crises.
Now, tell me some personal things, if you can. How much sleep did he get? Do we have any idea?
Well, he has been keeping a pretty regular schedule. This is a man, as we came to know during the campaign, who is early to bed and early to rise. The lights go out in the residence at the White House shortly before 11, between 10 and 11 usually, and he is in the Oval Office every morning, we're told, shortly after 7, usually up, he says, between 5:30 and 5:45. I can tell you the staff is working around the clock. As late as I was there last night.
You were there late.
National security staff was as well. And so he is getting his rest, but he is certainly putting in more than a full day's work.
Okay, Terry Moran, thanks very much. Look forward to talking to you many times in the course of the day. Now let's go downtown New York and ABC's Bob Jamieson. Bob?
Here we go. We gotta go. Peter, we have now begun down here. Rescuers have now begun the 4th day of round-the-clock search operations. Mayor Rudolph Giuliani this morning said that already more than 10,000 tons of debris have been removed from the site of the World Trade Center. The only thing that has changed here today is the weather, and that has changed the search operations fairly dramatically. It has slowed them because of wind, and slowed them also because the rain, which has fallen here for about the last 8 hours, has made the debris much heavier. It has made the ash and the pulverized concrete wet much heavier, much harder to remove. On the other hand, it has cleansed the air a bit. The particulate matter, which has also been a problem for rescuers, is gone, at least for the moment. And new tests, interestingly enough, yesterday said that showed that the fear of asbestos pollution was much less than originally thought. They've been testing dust that has collected in various parts of the city, and there turns out to be less asbestos than they first feared.
Thanks very much, Bob. It is certainly true that anybody who goes into the neighborhood down there, as soon as they get, and the closer they get to what is called the hole, where you see this army largely of firefighters and other relief volunteers working, everybody is handed a mask immediately so that if you go in there. But the truth of the matter this morning, for those of us who were down there even before dawn, it isn't altogether necessary, certainly if you're going to spend a short period of time. And here's an interesting observation, and I grant you it is only one individual's observation. We worried a lot yesterday as we looked at the immensity of the damage on television, whether or not we were getting a fair representation on television of actually what it looked like in person. And of course, you don't get the sense of intimacy that you do on the ground, but mostly it looks pretty much as we see it from our various camera perspectives, though for example, large elements of that bridge across one of the streets downtown have been removed overnight. The equipment you see in some areas is much, much heavier at the moment, but we'll come back to that throughout the day. I have to tell you, most of all, the impression one comes away with most is there is not much enthusiasm down there. And as we've told many people many times, people have survived under tons of rubble for lengthy periods of time, but talk to anybody on that search and potentially rescue operation this morning, and they are just simply digging, not thinking much about anything other than that. We are joined briefly now, because he certainly has other things to do, by Dean Nathan Baxter, the Dean of Washington Cathedral. Good morning, Dean Baxter.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you very much for your time. What do you hope will be accomplished in this national prayer service at the cathedral today?
Well, I think the desire of the president, and certainly our desire here at this cathedral, is to provide an opportunity for the nation to collectively continue its grief, but to do so in the context of prayer. Prayer has a way of helping the healing process as we all draw upon our faith. There will not only be Christians leading the service, but leaders of Islam, leaders of Judaism will join with us in offering prayers from their tradition. So we hope it will begin the healing at a spiritual level. And secondly, we hope that it will give grace to us and to our leaders as we seek ways to respond, that we do so with justice in mind and not purely revenge, that we do not become the evil we deplore.
Dean Baxter, this is an Episcopal cathedral, the National Cathedral, but it is so often the site of ecumenical experiences.
Yes.
Did you go out of your way today, or was the president interested in going out of his way today to make sure that representatives of Islam were there as well as members of the Jewish faith?
Yes, the team from the cathedral and the team from the White House worked very diligently to be sure that leaders were found from these faith groups to be brought because we believe and we understand that the face of America and the faith of America is diverse.
Dean Baxter, you're going to have a chance to talk to a great many people today, both in the cathedral and on television throughout the country, but I wonder if you were counseling a single family, a father or a mother at the moment, what would you say to them?
I would say that it's important to feel your pain, because the only way that the healing from such a dastardly tragedy can be healed is that we have to feel the pain, but look to our faith and to the ones who love us to support us during this time and to support you, and to know that healing will come, but one must feel the pain and lean upon faith and trust God to give us healing.
Dean Baxter, thank you very much. The Dean of Washington Cathedral, of the National Cathedral in Washington, to which the President and a variety of other invited participants will go today. It's interesting to hear Terry Moran say a little earlier this is not going to be open to the public. This is a huge cathedral in Washington, used very often for ecumenical experiences, ecumenical prayer, all sorts of other occasions, from state funerals thereon, up and or down, depending on your perspective. And it is very interesting to hear Dean Baxter say this morning that one of the most important things for all of us in the country who've suffered through this in a variety of ways to actually feel your pain. I think in this particular instance there are a couple of other people who can help us today. We're also joined just with the National Prayer Service just ahead of us by Bernard Cardinal Law, the Roman Catholic Cardinal of Boston, who had their own prayer service up in Boston on Wednesday night, and by Rabbi Marvin Heyer from the Simon Wiesenthal Center, who happens actually to be in our Jerusalem Bureau at the moment. Cardinal Law, can I begin with you and ask you first to just tell us from your perspective, what has it been like for the people with whom you've been in touch in Boston and elsewhere in the world, including, if you will, the Vatican, to go through this?
Thank you. I was in Washington, actually, when this occurred at the Administrative Board meeting of our Conference of Bishops. And at noon on Tuesday, we gathered at the National Shrine of the Immaculate Conception. And I must say that the outpouring of people on such short notice for that Mass was overwhelming. Many of them, the shrine is on the campus of Catholic U of America, were students. I drove back to Boston, because that was the only way I could get here, and we had a Mass here on Wednesday. It was the largest congregation our cathedral has ever known, and it seats over 2,000.
Ever in its history?
Well, certainly that I have ever known in the 17 years that I've been here. And then last evening at City Hall Plaza, we had the same type of prayer service that will be held shortly at the Episcopal National Cathedral. And it was a moving event where we had, it's estimated, between 15,000 to 25,000 people gathered. And it was totally interreligious. And it was very moving to hear the representative of the New England Islamic Council speak words of profound sympathy, of abhorrence for terrorism, a call for justice. And it was just a very moving moment. I've also met with individual members of families who have lost persons in this tragedy, and with airline personnel at Logan Airport.
You just heard Dean Baxter say it was very important to people understand that this is about justice and not revenge, and yet there's a lot of, there's an appetite revenge in the country. What do you say to people?
Well, that if we were to yield to hate ourselves, then the terrorists would be given the victory. It's essential that we not apply to ethnic, racial, national, religious groups from whence these terrorists may come the blame of a few. We also have to realize when we speak of Islam that that Islam, which professes faith in the one God with Judaism and Christianity, also says that it's God's will that we live together in unity and harmony and peace as the human family. So these are aberrant expressions of religion. They're not reflective of the strength of Islam.
With you, Cardinal Law, and also with Rabbi Heyer this morning, we also have with us Imam Yahya Hindi, who is described, at least, as the Muslim chaplain of Georgetown University. Imam Hindi, are you there as well? Imam Hindi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
First of all, I just want to make sure, am I pronouncing Yahya Hindi correctly?
Well, that's close enough.
Well, what? Say it accurately.
Yahya, Imam Yahya Hindi.
Yahya Hindi. And
Yes.
is it accurate in Islam to refer to you as a chaplain?
Well, I think so.
Okay. I want to come to you before Marvin Hier only because both Dr. Baxter and Cardinal Law have talked about the importance of having Muslim participation in these national prayer services today. And I think we all know now that in Islamic communities around the country, there's been a tremendous sense of pressure felt. Would you just talk a little bit about that and how the last 4 days have been for you and your community?
Actually, it has been too much for us. We are very much sad for what happened. We are very heartbroken because of the tragedy that have hit America, that have hit our nation, but also hit the Muslim community really hard because of the type of discrimination, defamation, attacks in the last few days on Muslims. There has been an attack on a mosque in Dallas, Texas, vandalism of a mosque here in Washington area. I know of thousands of Muslim women I heard about who have decided not to leave home out of fear. They are afraid of being discriminated against or attacked. There have been cases of attacks on Muslim women who can be easily identified in public spaces, attacked physically, attacked verbally, and people seem to attack Islam and not realize that Islam is a religion of peace, and it is a religion that calls for coexistence and peaceful coexistence with everyone around us.
I wonder if it's perhaps a good idea for you and I to talk separately about the individual attacks on Islamic communities here today, but let me ask, because I want to talk to Rabbi Hier as well.
Sure, yeah.
Let me ask you first about the value to the Islamic community in the United States of this National Day of Prayer.
Well, the Muslim community has already declared yesterday that this will be a national day of prayers for Muslims. Today is Friday, and Muslims nationwide in all of their mosques will be mourning the loss of our brothers and sisters in the American society, our society and our nation, and we will be praying for the healing and for peace and for the prosperity of the society. I myself at Georgetown University in a few hours from now will be leading not only a Muslim Friday service, but we will be joined by clergy from Washington, D.C., rabbis and ministers and priests and monks from different religious communities to make sure that we send a message out that we all are against terrorism, against violence, and we want our society to be prosperous in the name of peaceful, divine faiths.
Let me come back to you in just a minute, but before
Sure.
I let you go this first instance, I think I know the answer to this question, but what does your yellow ribbon signify?
Well, we used this yesterday. We had an interfaith service yesterday with 1,000 people attending it as a symbol of sadness and a symbol of a prayer as well for what is happening.
Okay, I'll come back to you if I may in just a moment, Imam Hindi, but I want to talk very briefly to Rabbi Marvin Hier from the Simon Wiesenthal Center, who is, I believe, you're in our Jerusalem Bureau. Are you, Rabbi Hier?
Yes, I am, Peter.
And am I pronouncing it correctly? Is it Hier or Hair?
No, it's higher.
It is Hier, okay.
Yes.
Can I ask you, if I may, what you think the true value is of prayer under these particular circumstances?
Well, prayer in a moment of grief, when man is brought so low, is an opportunity to reconnect with our Creator and to express that even in this moment of national tragedy, which has befallen America, that we have not given up hope for a better tomorrow. But this is also a moment, Peter, if I can say, that needs closure. And I don't think that closure will only come from prayer. I think that closure must come when the victims of this terrorist monstrosity feel that their loved ones did not die in vain, that something will be done to prevent this from happening again. Because whether it turns out to be bin Laden, The fact is, he and others like him have been around for a long time. And if America doesn't do the right thing now, there may be other victims in the future. So I think that those victims, the people who are grieving today, they need closure. And I don't think closure will come completely from reading the 23rd Psalm.
Do you believe, Rabbi Hier, as the clerics, to use a generic word before you, that the issue here is justice and not revenge?
Absolutely. First of all, many of the people that were killed represent all faiths. Christians, Muslims, and Jews were in those buildings. This was an attack on all humanity, on all the great religions. And anybody that uses this occasion to hate or stereotype, blaming innocent people, is just doing what these terrorists would like us to do. The truth is that the objective is very clear. Either we do the right thing with respect to bin Laden and his ilk, or they're going to come back at us fiercer and harder. We've learned that before in history. Hitler did not come upon the scene in the 40s. Hitler came upon the scene in 1919. But we waited and waited and waited too long. And there was a great bill that mankind had to pay. And I hope we won't make that mistake again.
Could I ask you, and then perhaps ask Cardinal Law and Imam Hendy again? There's a lot of bigotry in the country at the moment, and there is a lot of anger in the country at the moment. You're talking at this particular point about closure, but perhaps people need their anger, and you have to understand people's instincts about revenge, and I guess you and everybody else really understands that there are plain bigots out there who will take this out on a faith in general rather than on individuals.
Oh, that would be a terrible thing. And for example, at our Museum of Tolerance, Peter, that is our raison d'etre, to make sure that that does not happen, that people are judged for who they are and not stereotyped. Because once we go down that path, we will not have the great country that America is. And so we have to rise above that today and not fault innocent people just because they have a different religion than ours. Anybody that blames all Muslims is just acting irrationally and has become a hater themselves. But we should focus on the terrorists, on the perpetrators. And when I said that there isn't going to be any closure, of course faith helps. Without faith, I don't see how I personally could exist as an individual. But I don't believe that merely going off and saying my prayers will do it at a moment like this. And I don't have the impression that many of the victims do as well.
Cardinal Law, thank you, Rabbi Hier, very much. Cardinal Law, Rabbi Hier says something really interesting. He doesn't think it's enough just to go off and say his prayers at the moment because it doesn't really provide closure. Do you agree?
Well, I would agree, certainly, that it's not enough simply to pray in a formal sense. But I think prayer is really a consciousness of God's loving presence. And it is living our life conscious of that pervading presence that will move us to respond in justice and in love. You know, I think you're right that there are those out there who respond in a bigoted way, and the instances that we heard of earlier are absolutely reprehensible. But what I saw yesterday at City Hall Plaza in Boston, with thousands of people, Muslims, Jews, sheiks, Christians, Buddhists, and people perhaps of no religion, gathered together, that is the strength of this country. And we're not alone. I got a call this morning from Archbishop Sean Brady, who is the Archbishop of Armagh and the Primate of all Ireland for Catholics, simply to express his solidarity and the fact that throughout Ireland this is being observed as a day of prayer. The Vatican today at noon, in all of its offices, stopped and joined in prayer to be in solidarity with us. I received a call from the Bishop of Lourdes in France this morning to say that throughout France, all of the shrines of France are tolling their bells and praying. So there is a way in which prayer draws us together into, please God, into His will, which is that we live as a human family. May I say that I think what you all are doing in the media is extraordinary in helping to bring us together, not just as a nation, but as a world. And if you could focus more and more on the real spirit of this nation and reflect that on the screen and in your voice, I think that will go a long way to avoiding what all of us want to avoid, and that is giving the terrorists the victory by resorting ourselves to hate.
Cardinal Law, I have a personal rule of interrupting people the moment they compliment the media. But I certainly take to heart exactly what you've said about focusing on the spiritual dimension of the country and this today. Thank you both very much, you and Rabbi Hier. I have one last question. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Rabbi Hier, as well. I have one last question for Imam Hendi, just before you go, because I know you also have a busy day. Tell us in a phrase, because I'd like to go around the world now and talk about spirituality and mourning and prayer in a larger extent. Perhaps you'll come back and see us at some point. Why? We know the minority groups are always being picked on by some ignorant people in many cases. But why do you think in the United States it has been so difficult for Muslims? Have many of us not just been very good in educating the nation about Islam?
You know, I believe that ignorance is our most dangerous enemy as a human beings. There have been too much ignorance in the American society, and it is my society, about Islam. But I also believe that Muslims need to take that further step to reach out to their neighbors, to their classmates, workmates, and teach them about the peaceful message of Islam. But also America needs to open up and listen to what Islam has to say, to what Muslims have to say, and what we can do for America. And I think we have a lot to do. And I'm saying that not only as Muslims, we have a lot to do with our Christian brothers and sisters, Jewish brothers and sisters, with our American citizens, regardless of their background. So it is about being willing to open up and reach out.
Imam Yahya Hendi, thank you very much.
Thank you for having
me.
me.
Muslim chaplain, he accepts being called the chaplain. That's just interesting, at Georgetown University in Washington. Thank you, and thank you, Cardinal Law, and thank you, Rabbi Hier. And Cardinal Law, who very much touches on the universality of this, at least geographically, overseas today throughout Europe and in other parts of the world, there very much was a sense of collective mourning for the United States. At St. Paul's Cathedral in London today, there was a national prayer service as well. And St. Paul's Cathedral, which has been a very intimate and familiar place for Americans particularly ever since World War II, all sorts of people, including Her Majesty the Queen, there in her black hat, along with the Dean, actually, of St. Paul's Cathedral, who has held any number of memorial services at times of tragedy throughout St. Paul's history, were all there today. The British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, and his wife, Cherie, were there. It was Prime Minister Blair, these are various members of the British parliamentary delegation who were there. It was Prime Minister Blair who very early in this indicated very powerful solidarity between the British people and the American people under these circumstances, and who spoke so hardly, or how forcefully, about the indifference of the people who committed this act. Let's just listen for a second. Well, that is St. Paul's Cathedral, so familiar to so many Americans, among other things, the place where Diana, the Princess of Wales, and Prince Charles were married. But also there's an extraordinary shrine, one could call it, at the back to American members of the armed forces who committed so much to World War II. This is, in all of the great churches in Britain, this is one with a particularly close tie to the United States. There was also a moment of silence in the British House of Commons today, and we have said very briefly what the notion of solidarity was between the British and the American governments. But as we see people going into the National Cathedral, all of them invited guests here, we also take note, as Cardinal Law said, that at the Vatican, in Northern Ireland, and in France, there's been just a collective solidarity with the United States. The Pope himself retreated, it's described by the Vatican, to his summer residence at Castel Gandolfo, not far from Vatican City, in order to pray for this nation at his own very, very private residence. And even the great bell of Big Ben above London's House of Parliament, when it struck 11 o'clock today, thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people stood for a moment of silence in Britain and, as we know, in many other parts of the country. This is Prince Bandar bin Sultan, who is the Saudi Arabian ambassador to the United States. He's been here a long time, deeply influential and well-connected with a number of U.S. administrations. He himself felt compelled to appear in public, is it yesterday or the day before, I think it was, to speak. This is not a man who makes a great many public addresses on television, despite his connections and his own sense of authority, but he felt very strongly about the Muslim community and about Islam in general, and the moderate nations of the Middle East, to come out and say, hey, folks, let us not blame Muslims and Islam for the attacks of these mindless individuals who attacked the Trade Tower and the Pentagon as well. So the National Cathedral service is going to begin at noon, an hour and 10 minutes from now. There is Mrs. Gore, one of the invited participants this morning. Not sure where former Vice President Gore is, but we'll keep an eye on these people as they go in, and during the service we'll clearly get some better sense of who they all are. But for a moment we want to talk a little bit about government operations and the general process of government and the level of cooperation between the Congress and the President this morning on a variety of issues. ABC's Linda Douglas is on Capitol Hill. Linda, you there?
Yes, I am, Peter.
Good morning, Linda.
Good morning.
Just give us a state of the place, if you would, at the moment.
Well, the Congress is now moving very fast to do everything that the President has asked. The Senate has just voted 96-0 for the $40 billion that the President has asked for an initial, what is being called, down payment on both rebuilding the damaged areas and on fighting terrorism and building up our defensive forces and so forth. $20 billion of this of this money would go for New York, and some of it, of course, for Virginia, where the Pentagon was damaged, and other places. The other $20 billion would be able to be used by the President essentially at his discretion. There was some objection to this by some in the Congress that they won't have much oversight, but there's such a strong feeling that they've got to pull together no matter what, that the Senate has voted for the $40 billion, as has the House. And after that, Peter, at some time today, they will be voting, the Senate will be voting on a newly drafted joint resolution to give the President the power, which he already has essentially under the Constitution, to engage in whatever hostilities he believes are necessary, to take whatever action he believes is necessary against the people who carried out the terrorist act. This terrorist act, that is defined fairly specifically in this new resolution, as opposed to giving him just open-ended power to do whatever he wants, whenever he wants in the future.
So the resolution is carefully going to say this act of terrorism, not this act of war.
That is correct. This is not being called a declaration of war, an act of war. It is being called an act of terrorism, and the resolution acknowledges that the President already has the power to defend the country, to protect the country against acts like this under the Constitution. It simply gives him the congressional imprimatur to go forward.
It was some members of the House and the Senate who very early on emphasized the nature of this as being an act of war, and the moment that word emerged, Washington got itself into a political and constitutional wrangle immediately. I wonder if the general mood of the Congress has changed from war to terrorism, and they are, of course, politically different.
Well, there is a universal acknowledgement that it's hard to wage war against an invisible enemy, an enemy that is spread out over a number of countries. So that is where cooler heads have prevailed. Senior senators like John Warner of Virginia, one of the great veterans of the Congress, really persuaded other conservative Republicans that an act of war has only been declared in World War II. That's a very grave step to take against another country. But clearly they are all prepared to do whatever it takes and to spend whatever amount of money is necessary. There's a little grumbling about who's going to watch how that money is spent, but all that grumbling is at a very low, under-the-radar screen level. Nobody wants to be seen as a naysayer right now.
I don't know whether this is an arcane question, it may be, but we've all been talking about the bipartisan nature on Capitol Hill and between Capitol Hill and the White House. Somebody suggested, by the way, that's Madeleine Albright on her way, the former Secretary of State in the Clinton administration, on her way to the National Cathedral. Linda, the question is about bipartisanship. Someone in Washington suggested the morning that we should be saying nonpartisan rather than bipartisan. Any thoughts about whether or not that makes a difference at the moment?
Well, I think they can always try to be nonpartisan, but it is in their blood to see things from the perspective of their own ideologies. So, for example, the senators who really complained vigorously behind closed doors about spending $40 billion with no congressional oversight were those very fiscally conservative senators, like Senator Phil Gramm of Texas, who, as you know, is going to retire at the end of this term, John McCain, who worries about pork barrel spending, Don Nichols, another big conservative. So there's an ideological cast to all of this. I think bipartisanship is probably still the better word.
All right, thanks very much, Linda. We'll come back to you as the day continues. Obviously, we've been sitting here watching various people show up at the National Cathedral, and George Stephanopoulos, who's joined us just very quickly, sent me a note. I noticed the same thing, that Sandy Berger, Tony Lake and Brent Scowcroft, all three former national security advisors, walked in together.
It's interesting.
Now, there's a nonpartisan.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just thinking.
There's an example of nonpartisanship.
I would tend to agree with Linda Douglas at this, that basically we should still talk about bipartisanship, particularly on Capitol Hill, and particularly when you talk about this debate that's been going on behind closed doors the last couple of days about the resolution. But those national security advisors for President Bush and two for President Clinton at a time like this really do see things in a nonpartisan way, and often their job inside a White House is to try to take the partisanship out of their national security decisions.
Exactly. Hang on just a second. It didn't take me long to find out, in fact, what has happened to former Vice President Gore. He spent the night at President Clinton, former President Clinton's residence here in New York, and he and his president, his former president, who ended the last political campaign in a state of some personal and certainly political disarray, are in fact coming from Washington, are on their way from New York to Washington today, together to attend this national service of prayer and remembrance. Now let's go to Washington to talk to ABC's Claire Shipman. Claire, last night and through much of yesterday, Washington was pretty jittery. Certainly those reports from various officials at pretty darn high levels about what was happening at LaGuardia and Kennedy got people, us included, very much on edge. What's it like this morning?
Well, it's interesting, Peter. I would say this morning Washington is very much still a city with a case of the nerves. You don't really see any physical signs of calming here. The perimeter around the White House is still greatly increased. Vice President Cheney, we are told, is still at Camp David. He'll be attending a special memorial service there that they don't feel they're ready to bring him back to the White House yet. So I think, as one of my law enforcement sources explained to me late last night, he said, look, we are also reacting to this in a somewhat human way. We're going through stages of shock and then anger and then ideally rationality, but some of the reactions you see are going to at times seem perhaps to be overreactions based on all of the intelligence we're seeing. And I should add, they're still, they say, sifting through mounds of intelligence that doesn't always make them feel comfortable, Peter.
I would say, and I think John Miller, who's reported this story so carefully for us, would say that what we have last night appears at this moment to be a case of overreaction at a time of crisis. By overreaction, you don't necessarily mean to criticize it, but what do you more precisely mean by jittery in Washington this morning?
Well, I think if you look around on the streets, where we are broadcasting, for example, from the Hay Adams Hotel, the police who are patrolling the perimeter around this broadened the Broaden perimeter around the White House are still very, very giving everybody a very hard time about getting through, questioning a lot of people. It's not easy necessarily to move around the White House. Traffic is snarled, and I think at a certain point we may see a stand down of some of that, but really we just have not seen a reflection of what may be a calming down among, for example, the FBI reflected here yet in the heart of Washington.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, it's always been different in New York and Washington. Those of us who spend more time in New York than in Washington always find Washington incredibly uptight, but maybe, I didn't mean you, Claire, of course, but I think under the circumstances, I think that's surely got to be expected.
Well, I think that's right, and again, I don't have a sense that they believe they want to relax and stand down yet, especially when you're looking at a service at the National Cathedral that's going to host not only the current president, but many of the former presidents and all of the national security staff. I think that there's probably going to be a more uptight Washington than we've seen in a long time for the weeks and months to come.
One other question about the presidential family. We've all talked so much about family in the last couple of days, and so has the president, and so has Mrs. Bush. Will the President and Mrs. Bush's daughters attend the national service today?
You know, we've been trying to ask that this morning. I haven't been able to get an answer as to whether the daughters are going to attend, or Mrs. Bush for that matter. They've been quite, I guess, obviously restrictive with that sort of information because they have all of them under increased security now that they don't want to give us the details of, and certainly the daughters have never been a subject that they want to discuss very much.
Jen and Barbara, of course, both away at school. I've not even heard any indication they've come to be with their parents at the...
No, I haven't, and during the first days of the crisis when we tried to find out where had they been taken, where had they gone, all we were told was that they obviously are protected at school on a normal basis. I was told that they were taken to safe places at their schools, but we haven't heard anything about them being brought back to Washington.
Okay, thanks very much, Claire Shipman in Washington. And as we said, there's going to be a national service of prayer and remembrance, which is going to begin just about an hour from now. But it is 11 o'clock Eastern Time in the United States, 8 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock in the West. And so let us just basically reset the scene for you here in New York by going to the crime scene in Lower Manhattan and listening to ABC's Bob Jamieson. Yes, Bob.
Peter, we've just spoken with some rescue workers who have come back from the former site of the World Trade Towers, and they're increasingly concerned that the rain and wind, which has slowed their work, is coming at a time when the window of opportunity to rescue anyone who might be buried in that rubble is closing. The rain has made a lot of the debris particularly heavier than it was before and more difficult to move. And the wind has made it more difficult to work around some of the buildings which are unstable, and there are several in the immediate vicinity of the search area. In addition to that, they have, over the last several days, and this is the fourth day of round-the-clock search operations, in the last several days they have divided the search area into sectors, and one of those sectors about 2 hours ago worked by human searchers was stopped, which slowed things down. While equipment is continuing to work, there are no humans working in there. There is one bright thing to report, which is that forecasters believe that the rain is going to stop and the winds die down sometime early in the afternoon.
Okay, Bob, thanks very much. Bob Jamieson. And at the hole where most of the digging is going, I was with the commissioner down there this morning, Bernard Carrick, who's being widely regarded as heroic, certainly his own forces, and getting tremendous credit from the people of New York. But as we looked, as we have on television so many times, at that bucket brigade of people, most of them firefighters, just moving stuff from hand to hand, bucket by bucket. He said he used to work in the Middle East. In fact, he used to work in intelligence and security in Saudi Arabia. And he said, looking at this today and last night, now he said, I understand how they built the pyramids. And it was a really, really extraordinary way to describe the hand nature of the rescue operation down there today. You're looking not, of course, at all the results of the violence here, but you're looking pretty straight at the one most horrible central core of the violence, out of which sprang so much of the related violence, damage, and panic in the area immediately surrounding the two trade towers. And it is, of course, somber there, and it's plodding, and it is methodical this morning. And among the hundreds of stories that people have brought out there today was a guy who stopped me and said, you know, you have to understand that a lot of the lighting here in the early stages was brought in by an independent production company that also worked for MTV. And people had been at the scene early on the first night. That would be on Tuesday night. And the darkness on that first night was quite horrendous. And as we've observed many times, the whole thing, in a general term, gets enveloped in the dark. But those very first lights, now in terms of being right on the scene itself, there isn't very much difference between night and day because there is clarity. There is certainly clarity at night, but there is no real change in the methodicalness of the search and potentially rescue operation between day and night. And I must, as we look at that picture of that particular building coming down, I just want to make one observation about our use of it. We'll try to use it sparingly, these pictures of the aircraft flying into the buildings, which we obviously have from so many angles, of the buildings coming down, which we have so many angles. And I'm aware, because we've heard from some members of the audience who are indeed sensitive to the fact that they get repeated over and over and over again in the media. George Stephanopoulos, question about Washington. We'll come back to a couple of discussions about town, if I may, where you've spent so much time. The value of and the longevity of bipartisanship or non-partisanship under circumstances like these, even in their extreme.
Well, I think it will certainly last for an awful long time, and no one, not only, this is different actually, I think, from other crises, Peter. Often you see in Washington this pretense of bipartisanship or non-partisanship. I think in a case when you have something of this magnitude, it actually is real. On the other hand, that doesn't mean unanimity. And you got hints of that in Linda Douglas's reporting. And from what I've heard of some of the early discussions on the resolution on whether or not to give the president, how to authorize the president's use of force, there was some real concern among members of Congress from both parties that you would be giving the president far too much power for far too long a period of time over too great a territory if they approved the first resolution he asked for. And members came together in a collegial way to discuss those problems. This is very different from the last time Washington had to consider a real act of war, which is not a declaration of war, but the Persian Gulf crisis in 1991.
Do you think there's been so much struggle over the War Powers Act ever since the Vietnam War that any president under these circumstances might use the opportunity, perfectly logical, to try to resolve that to some extent by accruing more of the authority in the White House?
My reading is, and I'm sure you'll get some disagreement from others on this, that's been taken care of by events. Basically, every president since the War Powers Act went into effect has not really recognized it, has used it, has tried to get the authorization if they can, but they've always been very careful to say we're acting, or the president is acting on his own authority and doesn't necessarily recognize Congress's power.
And of course, the Supreme Court doesn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole.
No, all they've done is recognize, they did outlaw the veto provisions, the legislative veto provisions of the War Powers Act, but they really don't want to touch the heart of it.
There's invariably talk about the president's leadership on an occasion like this. I noticed in the latest ABC News poll, and we have done two since this event occurred last night, that his approval rating was at 91%.
And that number is the exact approval rating his father had in the Persian Gulf War, at the height of the Persian Gulf War, and I think that's about a 30-something, probably 38-point rise for President Bush since the crisis began. That will last for a very, very long time. I mean, I was talking to a very partisan friend of mine this morning who said...
Which partisan?
A Democratic partisan who said, listen, my entire being is not used to pulling for a president. But even I this morning have to pull for a president. People need their president to do well.
I wonder how people in the country could not be pulling for the president. he and the office, as much as anything, are such a central figure of authority at times of crisis.
A central figure of authority, and what's most chilling here is a central figure of the threat, a potential target. I mean, this is the person who was targeted. I mean, just the idea.
Or we believe to be targeted.
We believe to have been targeted.
Right.
At least the Secret Services or sources are saying that he was. The idea that a president of the United States had to reroute his Air Force One, I think, is something that really does strike at all Americans, and even most, and you've gotten a sense of this from some of Claire Shipman's and Terry Moran's reporting. As someone who worked in the White House, I can only imagine what it must have felt like for those who've had to stay in the White House over these last few days when they know and are acutely aware that the president and the vice president have been separated. And you know there's only one reason for that.
John Miller is still with us on the subject of investigations. Do you have any sense in talking to the many people you do in the course of the day how it's going? I think the public has some sense that at least in the initial stages, we have no idea what's happening outside the country and how the investigation is moving it out and who may be ensnared by this in the next couple of days. But there are very strong indications from a variety of sources in the government in the last 12, 14 hours that they're getting closer to being in a position to actually naming somebody and not necessarily under public pressure.
No, and I think that they're looking to overcome a certain hurdle. Osama bin Laden has always been their leading suspect. What the White House is asking for from the FBI and the intelligence community is, can you give us enough from your raw data, your raw intelligence, that we can disclose? So not to convince us, because of course they have access to that, but so that we have enough we can disclose publicly to bring world opinion on board that this is how we know it was Osama bin Laden's network. Enough information to the satisfaction of the other countries they'd like to have in a coalition and public opinion so that they can act in such a manner that they would like to and have everybody comfortable that they're going after the right operation. And essentially, the intelligence community has to do a balancing act of what can they give them in terms of the data they have that doesn't compromise sources.
I wonder if there isn't, George and John both, a real dilemma here in some respects for the president. We have all been, in some respects, conditioned to think of Osama bin Laden, and to identify Osama bin Laden as enemy number one in the world. As at the time of the Gulf War, we were all conditioned to focus anger, hatred, sense of revenge for the invasion of Kuwait on Saddam Hussein. And it may be that Osama bin Laden is responsible for this. But if the administration gets itself into naming someone early, which the public will certainly, I think, approve of under the circumstances, it could get itself rather deep if it's not sure.
Well, more than approve, Peter. In fact, the name in the face in the beginnings of a crisis like this actually helps secure public approval.
Of course it does.
No question about that yet. And I think they are very aware of this, and you've heard this from national security advisors of all kinds. Even if Osama bin Laden is in some way responsible for this, he is not the beginning and the end.
Of course.
And it will have to go on for so much longer. And then the president will be faced with the dilemma of having gotten the public support for it, perhaps captured or killed Osama bin Laden, and then the country says it's done and will not support the further action.
And and we have just indulged in a classic example of this. The moment we talk about Osama bin Laden, someone puts, no offense intended, guys in the control room, but someone puts his picture on television, brings up the file footage, which we've had for a long time, including John's famous visit to go and interview him, but you simply reinforce the image all the time. And I think this is very hard on a president in order of who's really trying to get to the truth of this.
And also, when you think about an operation like this and know that there are dozens, if not hundreds of people supporting it, to think that they're doing this out of simply some sense of personal loyalty without any grander ambitions, I think is just wrong, and that's the danger and the trap that people fall into, and I think the president's working very hard to avoid that.
Okay. I want to move on. We'll come back to this at the time. We'll just come back to this generally. I want to go to Lisa Stark, first of all, who's in Seattle. Lisa, 2 of the black boxes have now been recovered, the one in Pennsylvania and the one at the Pentagon. A, what do we know about that? And B, what might the investigators first and the public secondly look forward to in terms of results from them?
Well, Peter, actually 2 boxes were recovered, both black boxes from the Pentagon. crash and 1 black box so far from the crash outside Pittsburgh. What I've now learned is that reliable government sources are telling us that the cockpit voice recorder, which was recovered from the American Airlines flight that slammed into the Pentagon, reliable sources say that the tape on that recorder is so damaged that it will not be usable. I don't have details about exactly how the tape is damaged, but I am being told by sources in the government that the tape was damaged, and unfortunately, that tape will be of no use to investigators. I have some information about the flight data recorders as well from our sources.
Go ahead, please.
All right. What I'm hearing is that the flight data recorder from the Pentagon site apparently has good information on it, and it is being analyzed. By whom at this point it's unclear, but the information on that recorder is being analyzed.
Now,
the flight...
Lisa, can I just interrupt you for a second? This puzzles me somewhat, because I think it was John Nance, our aviation consultant analyst yesterday, who told me that both the cockpit flight recorder and the black box, or the other black box, it's something which is the flight data recorder, are both in relatively the same, potentially indestructible boxes. Why might, we don't know why, but...
No, I do know why, potentially,
okay.
Peter.
Okay.
You're absolutely right. Those boxes are built to withstand enormous G-forces, enormous impact forces, enormous fire forces, which obviously we had here as well. But the difference is this: the flight data recorders are all solid state, digital, read out by computers, zeros and ones. There are 2 types of cockpit voice recorders: tape and solid state digital. My guess, or my understanding, if this in fact is damaged, is that this was the tape version of that recorder. So the box may well, the outer casing, the box may well have survived, but from what I know of flight data recorders, I'm sorry, of cockpit voice recorders, that tape inside can be damaged by high thermal temperatures. And we know there was a very severe fire. It burned for a long time at the Pentagon. Perhaps that is why the tape itself was damaged, why we still have very good data from the flight data recorder from that accident.
Very interesting. Now go to Pennsylvania.
Okay, Pennsylvania. They have only recovered the flight data recorder, not the cockpit voice recorder from the Pennsylvania location. What sources are telling us is that there's some problem with the data, but they do not believe it's insurmountable. It may be a software problem. They're just not sure. But my understanding is that particular recorder has been taken to an undisclosed location, another location where those problems are being worked on.
Now, yesterday we were told that the front and the back of that aircraft had either landed or fallen into 2 different areas. At one point, somebody told me 6 miles apart. Were we ever able to confirm that?
What I think was the ultimate resolution on that is that what they found some miles apart was debris that would have perhaps floated there, paper-type debris, not an indication that the plane had had any sort of mid-flight breakup. So I think the debris field really is isolated, and there is not a belief at this time that that plane broke up somehow in the air.
It is interesting how easily you, particularly, and the rest of us slip into the language of disaster. Every time there's a plane crash, people begin to talk about the debris field. I remember you talking about it for days on end when John F. Kennedy's plane went down off Martha's Vineyard, the debris field at the bottom of the sea. Tell us now again more about flying in America today. How many flights are still stuck outside the country, do we know?
I don't know. My guess is that most of those flights, if not all, have returned from Canada. I do know that there were about 7,000 commercial departures yesterday. Some of those may be a flight that had continuing departures throughout the day, and they count that as more than one departure. But about 7,000 commercial flights yesterday compared to about 25,000 major commercial flights on a given day. Today, the airlines are saying they hope to have about 50% of their schedule operating. We'll see if they're able to do that. As we've mentioned, a number of airports remain closed, including Washington's National Airport. And Peter, there's apparently quite a debate starting about whether that airport should ever reopen because of its proximity to the White House, the Pentagon, the Capitol, all of those key government buildings.
On the issue of National, first of all, yes, indeed, as you say, it continues to be closed under the circumstances. The idea of closing National on a full-time basis, and in this instance, look out at the corner of my eye, George Stephanopoulos, is an impossibility. The members of the United States Congress believe so vitally in the proximity of National Airport to them when a 12-minute drive from the Capitol, when they want to go to come and go to their constituencies. I think it's almost inconceivable that airport would be closed down.
Almost inconceivable. You use the words impossible. I can't quite use those words anymore because of the magnitude of what we've seen. Yes, and I was just thinking as you were asking me about this is the debate that now seems so beside the point. After the Oklahoma City bombing, there was a great debate over whether or not there really should be barriers in front of Pennsylvania Avenue, in front of the White House at Pennsylvania Avenue. And just this year, and President Bush came in earlier in the year and started to examine whether or not we should take those barriers away. Now that could never even be talked about. So do I believe that National Airport will close? No, I don't. Could I consider it inconceivable? No.
No. On the other hand, life moves in national cycles. Former Governor Ford and former President Carter and Mrs. Carter, and I think that was Mrs. Ford on President Ford's right, almost pretty certain one of those women who has been recognized for 30 years by her hairdo. And they are two of the participants there today. ABC's Bill Blakemore has been, and you can see the cathedral, by the way, begin to fill up. This is not necessarily going to be filled as it was, for example, a couple of months ago. Yes, of course, that is Mrs. Ford, the former president, Rosalind Carter, all of them wearing some manifestation in the gentleman's color. In the gentleman's case, those red, white, and blue ribbons on their suits. Both of them now active in retirement, very active in different ways. At the front of the cathedral, preparing for the president, various White House aides who are here trying to figure out where various members of the first families are going. President Carter, very active in the search for peace. I'm sorry, I do not recognize that individual. President Carter, very active in the search for world peace and the resolution of various individual and national crises around the world. President Ford, there's Don Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, with whom the country has become, like all government officials, even more familiar in the last several days. And President Ford, who has not been perhaps as well as President Carter and who has some issues of mobility. He's always had bad knees from his days of playing football and skiing, and he's very active on a number of boards in the country. He and his wife live in Colorado, at Vail in Colorado, travel quite a lot, and the president does some lecturing, but he less engaged in the what one might call the ex officio government role that President Carter is involved in. You might ask, by the way, why we continue to call this the National Cathedral. This is, of course, a church that considers itself a great church for national purposes. And it was proposed by Pierre l'Enfant, who was the designer of Washington in 1790 and as part of his plan for Washington. Thomas Jefferson, of course, didn't necessarily agree with that, and the actually U.S. Patent Office now occupies the site where l'Enfant had envisioned America's version of the great Cathedral of Notre Dame in France. But what the church's interior does, anybody who's been to it, and it's an extraordinarily popular place to visit for tourism, for tourists, let alone for services in Washington, is that it celebrates the country's as someone put it not long ago, the country's secular saints. There are statues to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, and there are honored spaces in the cathedral for Martin Luther King and for Robert E. Lee. And in one of those great stained glass windows, I can't remember it's this end or the other end, there is one of them contains a piece of moon rock which commemorates the first manned landing on the moon. It is quite an astonishing place, really expensive to keep up. General Shelton, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the outgoing, to be more precise, the outgoing chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who, among other things, I believe, I'm not absolutely certain this, but I think is going to participate with us on Saturday morning in a program that we are doing for children. I saw his name on a list last night of people that we had invited, and I thought I saw an acceptance. If I didn't, I hope he and his staff consider this pressure to come and join us, because he's awfully good at talking to people. The Mayor of Washington, Anthony Williams, coming in as well. So what we're seeing today is an invited audience of the Washington national establishment. As elsewhere in the country, the nation also comes together. Here's ABC's Bill Blakemore.
America's Constitution forbids a single national religion. But when the nation as a nation is hurting, then prayer, music, song, unified silence, that most dignified of honors that says the loss and the meaning are beyond any words, all unify us. And each person who feels that unity with fellow citizens can take strength from it. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. Strength in numbers made dignified. Suffering born together. Where the national fabric seems torn apart by death, by act of violence.
Challenger, go with throttle up.
The national consciousness, our awareness of our dependence on each other, is intensified by these ceremonies.
We're gathered here today to honor the memory of our fallen friends and teammates.
In a country where people are free to worship and grieve and pray in their own religions, few complain when a sort of national religion also briefly emerges.
We pray this morning for our dead astronauts.
Made of prayer that searches for the thing to say that says what everyone is trying to say.
Goodbye.
Of music that seeks to express what everyone is starting to feel.
Our hearts, you are the grace that placed yourselves.
Of ceremony that manages somehow to capture our common grief and to stand for the actions and the will that we all want. These ceremonies help us join in to support those who are hurt most. Rob Cox lost a daughter when TWA Flight 800 went down.
You know, I've yet to ever be able to put that in any sort of real context. I mean, she was my star. She was my daughter. Memorial services do help in as much as they bring you together. They allow you to show your emotions and not have to worry what anyone thinks of your emotions. You cry. Everyone cries. And everyone wants to help. And while it's not always possible, because, you know, everybody's loss is different, but it does help. It's good to know that people care. And yes, I did feel that the country was behind me.
And when we support those hurt most, it can help the hurt we may feel too.
I'm in so much pain right now. I just can't understand why something like this would happen.
These national ceremonies acknowledge that there are some things no one can control or understand. For all our strength in numbers, some things are beyond us, not just the power of death, but several kinds of loss. Loss of beauty, loss of power, loss of innocence. So we instinctively acknowledge to each other with these ceremonies that we're all in the same national boat, together on the same, sometimes dangerous sea. Psychologists tell us that when people keep feelings in, they become anxious, crippled by depression. So psychologists like these ceremonies.
It's an event that everyone could share together, that everyone is involved, seeing it, experiencing it, Again, people, when some event like this happens, people do not want to be alone with it. People have had a need. This is something we've seen. People have had a need to be with other people, to share their feelings with other people.
Even when we've had to face ourselves, find the enemy is us, one of our own. Oklahoma City, Columbine High School, terrorism and insanity homegrown. Even then, we make it a national ceremony that says, we own this, we can face this, we can learn. And above all, these ceremonies remind us and reassert what we value most: each other, our loved ones, our families, our friends, and the security necessary for those loves to exist freely that we get from our trust in nationhood. In part, it can be as simple as this. If the death of a leader, the disappearance of someone who held us together, makes us feel alone, we look around at the ceremony and feel less alone.
Oh, say does that star...
These national prayers don't say we understand everything. They say we're together. We will suffer this together. And as now that when our security is shaken, we can rebuild it together. Bill Blakemore, ABC News.
And the home of the brave.
We have had an opportunity to look already at the order of service in the National Cathedral. And for those of you at home, we can tell you in advance it's going to be a rich and ecumenical service, which is going to be familiar to not only all Americans of faith, but certainly all Americans. That's Colin Powell, of course, the Secretary of State, arriving at Cathedral, and the other members of the leadership of Congress have already come today. We saw Trent Lott going in a short while ago, and there is Dennis Hastert, the Speaker of the House. We've seen a lot of them, members of the House, in the last couple of days, of course, because they had their own prayer vigil, or their own vigil service, if you will, on Capitol Hill the other night. We've seen them come and go as the result of a strange bomb scare yesterday. There have been a number of bomb scares in the country, as we know. And as we look at people coming into the National Cathedral, pointing out that this is not necessarily going to be completely filled, other members of the Senate, they're coming in to the National Cathedral this morning. ABC's John McCarthy, I think, can join us from the Pentagon with what I gather, John, is a careful seating plan.
Well, not so much a seating plan, but a conscious decision on the Pentagon's part anyway, Peter, not to put its leadership all in one place at one time. Don Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, is attending the ceremony. His deputy, Paul Wolfowitz, has consciously made a decision he will stay at the Pentagon. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs is at the ceremony. The incoming chairman is the conscious decision, stay at the Pentagon. Again, it's just an issue of being aware of the heightened concern of security, just as the president and the vice president have not been in proximity to each other.
And I don't know the answer to this question, but others probably may even have already said it. Is Vice President Cheney going to be there?
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know either, but we'll find out clearly as the service goes along. Thanks very much, John McCarthy at the Pentagon. Indeed, not a seating plan, but certainly a plan. An interesting story from our political unit today, who have been watching this, because we talk about these as being a moment of national reconciliation, and it is, in one instance, as we'll undoubtedly see this morning, a moment of quite extraordinary political reconciliation between former President Bush, that is Mrs. Ford, of course, a moment of reconciliation, at least in a public sense, between former President Clinton and former Vice President Gore. Mr. Gore was in Europe when this incident occurred, and he somehow managed to get to Canada. And he and the former president had been trying to reach each other since Tuesday. And so Vice President Gore called Mr. Clinton when he somehow got from Canada to Buffalo. Now, none of the trappings of office are available to him anymore, And so Mr. Gore was in Buffalo, New York, with only one aide, and he told President Clinton he was going to drive from Buffalo back to the District of Columbia. Former President Clinton said to Mr. Gore, why don't you instead come to Chappaqua in New York, and they would fly down together to the District of Columbia. And at least according to this account from our investigative unit, this of course fascinates everybody in the Democratic Party particularly. Mr. Clinton himself gave Gore Buffalo to Chappaqua driving instructions. Mr. Gore traveling with no Secret Service protection at all. President Clinton gets it, of course. He arrived at the house at 2:30 in the morning. Former President Clinton woke up. They greeted each other. Chelsea was also in the house at Chappaqua. And the two men flew this morning from Westchester Airport in New York to D.C. on a plane provided by the White House for the former president and the former vice president. So, talk about moments of national public reconciliation. The members of Congress and the Senate have all been taken in a bus from Capitol Hill over to the National Cathedral. You may indeed recognize your own individual representative, though I guess we all know that the distance between the public and politicians in general is as considerable today as it has been in many recent years, and it is quite possible people will not recognize their individual congressman or their senator. But once again, as we've talked so often about the bipartisan or nonpartisanship on Capitol Hill and between Capitol Hill and the White House in the last couple of days, George Stephanopoulos saying a short while ago he believed that it was going to endure for some time. And in terms of the service itself, many of the people will be, or some of the people, not all of the people, some of the people will be very familiar to a national audience, not least of whom will be the Reverend Billy Graham. Billy Graham has served so many presidents of the United States and so much of the country in many ways that he has become just extraordinarily familiar to people in every walk of life. That is, of course, Congressman Gary Condit from California, also attending the national service today. Dr. Graham has not been particularly well. He is frail, but it is hard to recall an occasion on which it's hard to recall a time when Dr. Graham has not risen to the occasion. And there will be representatives there from the Episcopal Church. This is Christy Whitman, the EPA administrator, who has been one of those government officials involved in the general operation in New York and in Washington in terms of search and rescue operations. Former Vice President Lieberman arriving, other members of the Senate arriving as well. Mrs. Whitman. One of the solos today, all of which will be so recognized. New York's Congressman Schumer, he and I say Congressman, I meant Senator, of course. Former Congressman, now Senator Schumer. That's Paul O'Neill, the Treasury Secretary. He was in Japan when this happened, and he's come back, told us in an interview last night that as far as he was concerned, this was a human tragedy and not a financial tragedy. And there's a fair amount of reporting around this morning about the current state of the national economy and the national financial markets. The U.S. government did actually release some key economic numbers today, which was compiled before this particular disaster, and we'll get to those as the day goes on. There's a foreman just come through the camera there, former National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft. There is another former National Security Advisor, Anthony Lake as well. Sandy Berger, who was the National Security Advisor for President Clinton. And the orchestra, of course, is the U.S. Army Orchestra. It is unique among Army musical organizations, as it is the only orchestra in the U.S. Army. All others are, of course, bands, the Marine Band, the Army Band, the Navy Band. And for those who are deeply moved and committed to the Navy hymn, we'll hear that today. And we'll hear all those great Christian hymns, for the most part, this morning, that have, that's Tony Lake, another former National Security Advisor. We'll hear all those great Christian hymns this morning that have, in their own way, one might argue, are not only so essential to the Christian faith and to Christian religion, but have become more widely accepted as simply evocative and familiar hymns which are sung by people, Christian or not. The Right Reverend Jane Holmes Dixon, the Bishop Pro Tem, is going to preside. There's the Attorney General, John Ashcroft, saying good morning to a variety of people. Attorney General Ashcroft is one of those in the administration who has been absolutely determined. Mr. O'Neill, the Treasury Secretary again, Mr. Ashcroft has been absolutely determined that this investigation and the details about it are going to be held as closely as possible. But there is no question that senior sources in law enforcement in Washington this morning were absolutely determined that the public get yesterday's incidents at New York's LaGuardia and Kennedy Airport into a very, very sharp perspective. That is Spencer Abrams, a former senator from Michigan, who is now the Energy Secretary in the Bush administration. He lost his race in Michigan and was appointed by Mr. Bush to be the Secretary of Energy. And no, Mr. Secretary, you're not going to sit there. You're going to sit over here. We'll also hear from one of the great singers in the country today, Denise Graves, the mezzo-soprano from Washington, is going to be participating in this morning. We will hear the great cathedral choir here and the choristers of the cathedral as well. And as they have become so familiar on occasions like this, we will also be hearing from the U.S. Navy Sea Chanters, the 17-voice chorus of the United States Navy Band in Washington. That was Secretary Elaine Chao just a moment ago, who sat down. Let's listen. The Sea Chanters, the 17-voice chorus of the United States Navy Band, with the prelude to this service, which means it is just about to begin. Haven't seen the President yet. And Vice President Cheney, we know, is at Camp David attending a private service. Former President Clinton, who, as we said, went down with former Vice President Gore there in his right. Some applause upon arrival. Former president and his daughter Chelsea call it home, New York they do. Former President Bush, the current president's father, and the former widely known, instantly recognizable former First Lady, Mrs. Bush. Vice President, former Vice President, and Mrs. Gore. Former President's wife, Senator Clinton of New York, attending in her individual right as a member of the U.S. Congress. That's the Speaker, I beg your pardon, that's the Senate leader, Tom Daschle, Democratic leader in the Senate, and now the Majority Leader in the Senate. Senate just barely in Democratic hands. You across the country know that while this is the grandest memorial service of prayer and remembrance in the country today, it is certainly not the only one. These prayer services have been going on in churches. There's Senator Clinton. These services have been going on in churches and chapels across the country since it happened on Tuesday morning. Senator Daschle's wife is with him. Her name is Linda. Senator Lott. Senator Clinton saying good morning to the Bushes, kissing her daughter, and joining her husband. The U.S. Army Orchestra, organized in the mid-1950s to meet requirements just such as this. Great national occasions, great state occasions in Washington, when music, as we hear there in the playing of America the Beautiful and God Bless America, are so essential to occasions such as this. And these are the choristers and the choir of the National Cathedral. President Bush had a hand, along with Mrs. Bush, in planning the particulars of this service, and one of the people who will preach today will be a great and close friend of his from Texas, Kirby John Caldwell from the Windsor Village St. John's United Methodist Church there. So it's all of this very close to the Bush family and to the national family. choristers of the National Cathedral. Everybody is now in place for this national prayer service. And as we said, the President and Mrs. Bush have had a very specific hand in putting it together. This is an invited audience. This is not open to the public. What you are seeing in bits and pieces is the political and military, and to some extent the bureaucratic superstructure of the country. Take it back. There were a couple of late arrivals. Secretary Thompson, Tommy Thompson of Health and Human Services, probably has a good reason for being late this morning, given his participation in the disaster. The presentation of the colors. The respective military services with their colors, all of those ribbons representing battles that they have participated in the course of the country's history. And the processional hymn, O God, our help in ages past.